our consultation, and grant that we, having thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affection, the result of all our counsel may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety and honor and happiness of the king, the public weal, peace, and tranquility of St. Lucia, and the knitting and uniting together of the hearts of all persons and estate within the same, in true Christian love and charity, one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Ghost be with us all evermore. Amen.
Thank you, Chaplain Bishop McLaurin. Good morning, Senators. I have received correspondence from the Speaker of the House of Assembly advising that the Appropriation 2024-2025 bill was passed in the House of Assembly and forwarded to the Senate for its concurrence. I have received correspondence from Senator Noorani Aziz advising of his resignation from the Senate effective April 30th, 2024. On behalf of the Senate, I take this opportunity to thank him for his contribution to the Upper House and wish him a speedy and complete recovery in his health situation. His participation in the House Committee was appreciated and has contributed to the effective functioning of the Upper House. I am pleased to inform Senators that Senator Noorani Aziz has indicated that he remains committed to serving our country in other capacities. Just by way of information, Senators, to kind of guide us for today's proceedings and going forward, points of order. We took some time yesterday to check in from Erskine May from the UK, the Senate of Canada, and other jurisdictions. The definition and purpose. A point of order is a complaint or question raised by a senator who believes that the rules, practices, or procedures of the Senate have been incorrectly applied or overlooked during the proceedings, either in the chamber or in committee. Any senator is entitled to raise a point of order to ensure that the rules of the Senate and acceptable Senate procedures are followed. A point of order should be raised as soon as a senator believes that proper procedure has not been followed, or at the very least, while the issue is still relevant. And the process. Put your mic or light on. Wait to be acknowledged. Please indicate whether it is a point of order or elucidation. Please indicate to the presiding officer which standing order has been breached, either the numbered clause or you indicate what standing order. Senators can explain briefly their reasons for believing the rules of the Senate have been broken, and the presiding officer decides whether it is a valid point of order. I ask for your support going forward. We will try to revise as much as possible, but I ask senators to please go through the standing orders, be familiar so you'll be guided accordingly. Statements from parliamentary secretaries. Papers to be laid. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning, colleagues. Madam President, I wish to lay the following papers standing in my name. Statutory Instrument Number 45 of 2024, Supreme Court Legal Profession Disciplinary Procedure Amendment Rules. Statutory Instrument Number 46 of 2024, Price Control Amendment Number 6 Order. Statutory Instrument Number 47 of 2024, Excise Tax Amendment of Schedule 1 Number 6 Order. Statutory Instrument Number 48 of 2024, Tourism Development Act Commencement Order. Statutory Instrument Number 49 of 2024, Public Finance Management Act, Resolution of Parliament to establish the Regulated Substances Fund. Statutory Instrument Number 50 of 2024, Value Added Tax, Resolution of Parliament to approve Draft Value Added Tax Amendment of Schedule 2 Order. Statutory Instrument Number 51 of 2024, Value Added Tax, Resolution of Parliament to approve Draft Value Added Tax Amendment of Schedule 3 Number 2 Order. Statutory Instrument Number 52 of 2024, St. Lucia Parliament, Proclamation Proroguing Parliament. Statutory Instrument Number 53 of 2024, St. Lucia Parliament, Appointment of Session of Parliament. Statutory Instrument Number 54 of 2024, Fiscal Incentives, Noble Tree Coffee and Cocoa Production, Inc. Order. Statutory Instrument Number 55 of 2024, Tourism Incentives, JTB Limited Order. Statutory Instrument Number 56 of 2024, Tourism Incentives, Progress Palace Amendment Order. Statutory Instrument Number 57 of 2024, Tourism Stimulus and Investment, Green Fig Resort Limited Revocation Order. Estimates of Revenue and Expenditure 2024-2025, Economic and Social Review 2023.
Bills. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled Appropriation 2024-2025.
Appropriation 2024-2025.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move for the suspension of Standing Order 49-2 to enable this bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Senators, the question is that Standing Order Number 49-2 be suspended in order to allow the Honorable Leader of Government Business to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted. Please proceed, Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you again, Madam President. Madam President, I beg to move for the second reading of a bill shortly entitled Appropriation 2024-2025. Madam President, as I rise to make this presentation on this bill, I do so with a feeling of pride, optimism, and confidence that this bill, when it is passed in this chamber, will bring so much to the people of this country that will continue to build on the foundation that this government has set upon assuming office in 2021, in its third year, and to establish the priorities and the areas of focus that this government intends to deliver on for the people of this country. Madam President, we can
probably say that this bill has been characterized by the phrase, something in there for everyone. And something in there for everyone, Madam President, includes everyone indeed, irrespective of creed, color, age, political affiliation, address, location, economic or social circumstance. There is something for everyone. As I delve into the details of this debate, Madam President, I will explain further why I have made this statement. Madam President, we have heard that there is going to be a very strong focus on infrastructure. And the infrastructure we are talking about does not refer only to physical infrastructure like roads, bridges, and buildings. Madam President, from last year, this government had also indicated that there will be a very strong focus and a strong priority to health and national security. And we will also see that in this bill, that statement is magnified, and there will be further developments to be established with regard to national security and health. However, Madam President, all other sectors of government, all other agencies, all other departments will get their due share or their due amount of attention from what this bill is about. And so, Madam President, while we establish all of this, there is one notable observation. While we are going to deliver all that we can within the confines of our economic situation and the resources available, Madam President, I am pleased to inform the Chamber that the 2024-2025 fiscal period will have no new taxes. You will notice that in this bill, the government has not introduced any new taxes. And so we are delivering all of this without putting any further tax burden on the people of this country. And the only reason, Madam President, we can do so is because of the prudent fiscal management and the competence of the government in which I serve. Madam President, under the area of infrastructure, we refer to all forms of infrastructure. Physical infrastructure, land rationalization, projects in various communities like POM, Opicor, Wishba in Tiroche, where I'm from, the Beaufort North, Beaufort South, Dennery North. All of these communities and constituencies will be or have been earmarked for land rationalization to make it possible for more of our regular people to be able to own a piece of St. Lucia. Madam President, housing is one of the priority areas under infrastructure. And we can speak of developments to take place in areas like Rock Hall, Masqué, in Grosile, and other communities around the island. Again, that will be leveraged from the returns on the Citizen by Investment program that I will mention sometime later. Madam President, more of physical infrastructure will include the much talked about St. Jude Hospital construction project and the National Stadium, the George Odlum Stadium, that have both been severely affected by activities that we know well about in this chamber. Madam President, also under infrastructure, the Victoria Hospital, the Owen King Hospital, OKEU, the polyclinics around this country will be getting attention. And we will also include under infrastructure a number of hotel construction projects that I will espouse on when we get to the area of tourism and investment. But Madam President, I wish to briefly mention so far, right next to us there at Point Seraphine, you will see the Courtyard Marriott, evidence of that development. And closer to my home, the Canals development. These are well on the way. But Madam President, infrastructure does not refer only to physical infrastructure. The government that I serve in is embarking on a comprehensive and intense social infrastructure development program. And when I get to the area of equity and social transformation, I will espouse further. Madam President, I spoke of sectors, and maybe because it starts with the letter A, I want to speak a little bit about one of the most important sectors in this country, agriculture. Agriculture has been the mecca, the backbone of the stability of our economy. While tourism has become the main breadwinner, agriculture has always served to support the tourism industry. And we recognize that because we now have issues with food security around the world, which is further affected by the global crisis going around with wars and serious food security problems in every part of this region. And so, Madam President, recognizing the critical food security issues, we know that we as a country must try to have greater yield for ourselves so that we become less dependent on food imports. We know about the war in Ukraine, Madam President, and how it affects the price of food. Although we have been blamed for that, I don't know that we caused Mr. Putin to do what he started doing. But recognizing that situation, which is external and affects us, this government seeks to increase local food production, improving our fish landing facilities. And I want to mention at this point the Miku jetty that we've heard so much about. Mweseja Miku, Madam President. Miku South, me Mweseja Miku. And I understand what that means to the people of Miku. I have close family members who go out every day to fish and have not been able to make use of a proper jetty or have the services of a proper jetty. And so in our effort to improve food security, we have to improve our capacity for our fishermen to land more fish. And so, in addition to the funds that we are helping the fishermen with, we have decided to invest in the jetties. Partnering with the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, Madam President, and our neighbors to establish a food and security and nutrition center in the St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we expect to see an improvement in our ability to manage and improve our food security situation. Madam President, we have also embarked on strong climate resilient policies as a government, because that has a direct effect on your ability to manage your agriculture sector. And so, $10 million will be procured and made available under a program called the SUP CERP and the Blue Climate Fund to help build our resilience in the agriculture sector. I am sure, Madam President, and maybe the member for Soufrière and all three opposition members have good links with communities that are strong agriculturally focused. They will agree that overnight, one incident, one natural disaster can wipe out and threaten the existence of our agricultural sector. And so we have to invest in ensuring that strong climate resilient policies are in place to ensure that we as a small developing country vulnerable to these changes can rebound and can be resilient in the event that we are greeted with one of those. Madam President, youth in agriculture is another big area of focus. This government is investing $1 million in what we refer to as modern techniques in agricultural services. Madam President, we believe that young people have to take over the industry. We know that a large section of our industry, our farmers, especially the agriculture industry, are aging. And these people may not have been utilizing the most modern practices and are not being as efficient in the productivity sector. And so the Youth in Agriculture program, complementing the youth economy, is going to give some value and add some value to that effort. Madam President, the Agricultural Incentives Act is to be revised, because we believe that if we have to push production of other crops, we have to make adjustments to the Act to make those crops viable. And so the production of cocoa, honey, sea moss, and other alternatives to bananas has to be explored. And that will be further assisted with the value-added concept that we are going to work with Export St. Lucia to bring forward. Madam President, bananas under the agricultural sector that particular crop or that particular area has seen glory days, the green gold days, and it has also seen some challenges. And what we believe is that we must secure two things: production and markets. And this government has sought to do that, even when we have had some challenges. And we are not afraid to admit that we have had challenges. We had the hurricane or tropical storm Brett that basically took away 75% of our sector. But again, we had to come to the rescue of our farmers and assist them. Over $28 million had to be spent for us to recover from Brett. Madam President, there has been since an increase of production in the banana sector. Now, having done that, we were recently faced with another challenge of the availability of boxes. One of our exclusive box production entity in the country, Winera, had some challenges, and that affected the farmers. And we accept that that situation has caused them some pain. And the government has decided that we will come to their rescue. We will assist them by making, the Prime Minister had made that announcement, $500,000 available to assist those farmers who were seriously affected because of the shortage of boxes. Madam President, we believe that this industry must have interventions that can help increase export activity and also best value for money. And so, as a conscientious government, we find it necessary every time our farmers are affected by whatever reason, whether it is a natural phenomenon or a man-made phenomenon or a situation that exists that is beyond their control, that we must have their back. Madam President, we want to help increase the productivity of the production of bananas by giving our farmers a little bit more support with fertilizers. The Agriculture Minister has made it very clear that once the farmers have more fertilizer, there's usually an increase in their yield. And so 35,000 bags of fertilizer were made available for the farmers, and an additional 40,000 will be made available to help increase production. In addition to fertilizer, we also go based on guidelines regarding the science of the banana industry. And we have found out that alkaline acidic soils can affect production even if you have fertilizer. And so we are procuring 32,000 bags of lime to increase the alkaline content of the soil to help the farmers to address soil acidity. Madam President, repair of greenhouses around the island, that will be taking place. In the sector, we have also been giving the farmers some assistance with water tanks. We are now in what we call dry season, and there are some challenges with water. 500 water tanks, the 1,000-gallon water tanks are being procured to help our livestock farmers. Madam President, the farm labor program that we had introduced and that has gone somewhere that we cannot find, we will be reintroducing to help our farmers with farm labor and make it easier for them to make better profit from their time. The 7-crop program that included eggplants, carrot, cucumber, and so on is now being extended to 12 crops. So we're going to be adding 4 additional crops to increase the viability of that sector. The Minister for Agriculture announced that we have 300 new satellite tracking devices for our fishermen, and 80 of them have been installed in communities around the country. I suspect Senator Toussem might want to tell us a little more about that. I know that's a baby. She's very, very interested in what affects the farmers and the cooperatives. Madam President, 154 new animals, breeds will be introduced to boost our livestock production. And so we feel that at this time, the farmers need some support with their storage, so there will be 10 new machines being made available to them at the different points around this country. Madam President, you may find that I've spent some time on agriculture, and that is deliberate, because this industry, no matter what else we do in this country, must remain very strong. Madam President, all of what we are doing is not concentrated in the government represented constituencies. I am pleased to inform you that Choiseul, Saltibus, which is represented by opposition, is also benefiting from the activities and the initiatives of this government. And so I'm pleased to inform that Choiseul is one of the communities where we are going to be doing the satellite tracking and providing the support for these devices. Madam President, the fishing port of Choiseul, Saltibus, will also be getting major assistance. $5 million will be spent on that project to improve it. I know my colleague next to me might be very happy to hear that, as she's a Joshua Zay. Madam President, in Castries, we will see some repairs in provision, of a new generator for the fishers, and that will help. And I'm very happy to mention that at Savans Bay, close to me, there will be some work done on the jetty. So it's not Miku alone getting jetty. And also, there's some in Rosalie. Madam President, there's going to be use of data to drive the decisions that we make. So there will be a data-driven policy decision-making approach that will drive the innovation and encouraging youth in agriculture. We must sustain the industry, Madam President, as I said earlier, because persons are aging. And so to encourage more young people in the next generation to get into the industry, we have to introduce new innovation and technology. And so new greenhouses, hydroponic structures have been sourced and will be made available to the younger farmers and farmers everywhere to improve the cultivation of vegetables and so on. I am pleased to say that the visit of the Guyanese president has assisted us in that regard, and we are now getting some support to be able to procure those. Madam President, I now move to an area that is very close to me because that is where I spent most of my life. And I think we have 4 or 5 people in this chamber who can speak very, very fondly of that area, and that's education. Madam President, we believe that the education sector in this country needs to continue to grow. And one of the critical areas is the development of curriculum and teacher training, as well as the physical rehabilitation of our schools. We believe that if children are to do well, if we have to get to maximize the quality of instruction, there must be there must be proper planning, there must be proper pedagogical training, and there must also be comfortable spaces within which teachers, students, and other persons in the school's environment operate. And so we have decided that rehabilitation will be done on a number of schools, including the CARE institution, the TVET, ICT, digital content, smart tech classrooms, early childhood education. I'm hearing that there are 9 preschools that will be pre-K schools or spaces that will be benefiting, including the Pasias preschool. So there is attention that is going to be given to early childhood education. I'm sure that the Parliamentary Secretary for Education will give you some more details of that. I'm hearing that out of the 114 early childhood centers, and that was from the Minister for Education, so it's not a rumor, 93 of these will be receiving a grant from the government. And that grant is to help the schools to be able to manage. And that it totals an amount of $2,500 for each of them. We will be transforming some of our schools into specialized teaching centers. So, for example, the George Odlum Secondary School into a mathematics teaching institution and so on. Madam President, this government has invested very heavily in the education of our students. And so we have provided a record number of scholarships for our children. And I will let I'm sure the Parliamentary Secretary in Education will tell us a little more, because I have quite a lot of detail about the scholarships and bursaries. But I believe we can say clearly, in the history of this country, this government of the Philip J. Pierre-led administration has provided St. Lucians with the most scholarships ever in the period that we have served. The most. Both at post-secondary and higher learning. Madam President, we believe that our schools around the country need to all share in the benefits that are to be derived from support. And so we have recognized that in some of the schools there is an increased enrollment. For example, the Viewfort Comprehensive Secondary School in terms of the number of students and staff, and so the government has decided to provide an additional deputy principal in terms of helping with the administration of the school. Madam President, we have to look at the review of the Education Act. There are some challenges and certain things come up from time to time in the system that makes it necessary for us to reconsider what the Education Act does, what kinds of powers it gives certain people, and so there is need to review that act. And that is down to be done in this fiscal year. The establishment of an accreditation council is also one of those undertakings, and school security, which has been a concern. The audit has been done, the recommendations have been made, and the implementation of of using a phased approach will be done. Madam President, we will in this fiscal year reintroduce the principal's assistants in the primary schools. As a former teacher in both the primary and secondary school, and as a former principal, I very well understand the value of these people to the school. So I'm pleased to announce that a $1.1 million allocation is available for 71 primary schools who will be receiving principal's assistance. And these schools will be all around the country. Madam President, sustainable development is coupled with the Ministry of Education. And it is very important that we pay attention to adaptation and mitigation. Extended droughts, Madam President, have threatened our water supply, like I mentioned, and disrupted schools and disrupted health services and commercial sectors. And so we also have to look at the issue of excessive rain. Sometimes it's very dry, sometimes you have excessive rain, and either one of them can be destructive. And so, Madam President, we believe that it is time for us to pass legislation to address that. So the climate change bill was passed, Madam President. And so we can now put ourselves in a better position to access finance and support to increase our resilience and risk reduction and mitigation strategies to reduce our vulnerability. Madam President, we have to protect our biodiversity. And we know that there are certain species, I now know that there are certain species of snakes in this country, like the Fodillas, that we can get the venom to actually produce very important antivenom. And so it is an opportunity for us to explore our biodiversity and while we maintain and protect our heritage and our patrimony in ways that benefit our country and not to be expected to become our credit rating. Madam President, it is very important that if we do not invest, and I've said that every time I speak in this chamber, even from my first day in opposition, that for us to grow our country well, for us to be able to have a balance in our country, we must invest in our human resource. And the base of our human resource is our children who are in school. Madam President, I now move to an area that I still consider myself very involved in, and that is youth development and sports. At my tender age, Madam President, I still understand the critical benefits that there are in engaging in youth and sport activity. And so this government saw it fit to have a separate Ministry of Youth Development and Sports with its own minister, not an appendage or an addition to one on any other main department. And so, Madam President, that has yielded some serious developments. I am very pleased to inform this chamber that this government has now introduced, in collaboration with the Football Association and other stakeholders, the Semi-Professional Football League. And Madam President, with that, there has to be an upgrade in the standard of our infrastructure. And so we have been in this chamber before to find money to improve our sports infrastructure. As we know, we'll be hosting the World Cup soon, ICC World Cup and CPL. The National Lotteries Authority has embarked on an island-wide youth and sports infrastructure improvement program. Our National Aquatic Center is coming, Madam President, finally. And I have seen the progress that the Minister of Sports has made. He is very passionate about it. It is in his constituency. And swimming is one of the sports that if you follow the progress of St. Lucia, we have been a leader in that particular spot in the region, and I am very happy to see an investment in a proper pool, a proper swimming facility for our children. Madam President, a business innovation hub for the development of innovation and research in the youth ministry is being funded by a $500,000 investment. Madam President, the youth economy gives some balance to this. And so we are setting the foundation for our next generation of entrepreneurs among our youth, turning their skills into businesses and their hobbies into entrepreneurship. And so a desk is being established in the south of the island to be able to get those young people to have a channel within which they can be registered for that particular engagement. Madam President, I now move to the area of investment. It doesn't matter how much you intend to spend or how much you intend to do. If your country is like ours, St. Lucia, with limited natural resources, you must be able to attract good, solid, smart investment to be able to complement the other things that you do. And so, as a government, what we have sought to do in the last 3 years is to create the enabling environment for investors to come to this country. And not only for those from outside to come in, but also to create an environment on culture for people who are St. Lucians themselves to engage in meaningful investment. And so, we have decided that legislation has to be put in place to get a balance, so that the big boys don't come to get everything, and the smaller ones can also see a place for them in the investment climate. And so legislation has to protect them. So the mega investment bill or the mega investment legislation will address that, and we hope that it will bring that kind of balance that we're looking for. Madam President, under investment, I can mention that there is serious construction ongoing in canals under the Cabot renegotiation. The negotiations with Cabot have been successful, and the project continues. As I mentioned, Courtyard Marriott, Sandals, Secrets, formerly St. James Club, the Pope side at Rodney Bay, who will now be having its, one of its headquarters here for Republic Bank. GPH investment, this morning there was an opening. GPH was doing some serious introduction on the port there, and I'm sure that tonight you'll see it in the news. There is major investment coming into this country. And these investors, Madam President, they are coming with real money. Ces investors ça pas venir point rien from the pays nous et puis yo ka venir dire la main ballant. These investors are bringing in their own money, and they are creating opportunities for our country. Madam President, we see the need to invest in all parts of this country: Castries, Vieux-Fort, Soufrière. I can now speak of Face Gastronomy in Vieux-Fort, which is really a unique experience. For those of us who haven't tried it, I think we should. And this entity is earmarked to expand. So they are happy, business is good, and they want to grow. And we are saying to them, let's grow together, let's give you the incentives, but ensure that you are also bringing benefits to our people. Madam President, there was a lot of talk ahead of the elections that St. Lucia, if you vote Labour, then all call centers, they'll close call centers, and we didn't like call centers and so on. Madam President, while we may have had an issue with some arrangements with certain people, we welcome any opportunity that will create employment for the people of this country. And so, ITEL BPO is going to expand, and Ascension BPO, and again I want to say, while ITEL may be a foreign-owned one, but Ascension BPO, another call center, I am pleased to inform this chamber, is a locally owned call center being operated from Soufrière. And that is what we want. We want our people to be able to own these things too. And there will be some extension. So I am also happy to mention that there are a lot of other developments in our room stock, Mont Pima project, the Black Bay, the luxury resorts, 500 rooms, Madam President, in Redwe. And the value of these investments is huge. And so I await these benefits soon. Moving to tourism, Madam President, the area in which the Prime Minister has asked me to serve along with Dr. Hille, I am very, very pleased today to stand in this chamber and tell you that this sector has seen perhaps the most improvement and growth and development that I have known since we have moved from agriculture and more a tourism-based economy. Madam President, all you have to do is to ask the technocrats. I know there is a lot of bickering about figures and, this kind of, conversation. But all you have to do is ask what happened in March of this year. In March of this year, we have seen the highest ever recorded visitor arrivals in this country. Highest. And I can tell you, Madam President, it's not only about the figures. I'm one who stands in this chamber and also always says, it's not just about the figures. What has happened is that these figures mean something else. The level of participation of St. Lucians in the tourism sector in this country is unprecedented. So now, what we have done through the community tourism initiative, through some of the approaches that we have taken, is to say to St. Lucians, come and participate. Come and own part of this industry. You do not have to only be working for someone in tourism. It's not just going to a hotel and leaving 8 to 4 and leaving your children at home and working 2 shifts. You can own part of this industry. And so we have provided legislation that can cause St. Lucians to receive incentives that are fair and that encourage investment. Madam President, we have also embarked on partnering with our stakeholders to recognize the efforts. And you would have heard of the 2nd edition of the GMIS that was hosted last month, where our industry stakeholders in the hospitality industry were recognized formally and celebrated the recognition and achievements together. Madam President, infrastructure in tourism has gone around the island, and again I want to include Choiseul. Choiseul Saltibus has seen some work going on at the Arts and Crafts Center, the Box Park in Castries, the Grosley Park, the Grosley Recreational Park. Some may want to call it by other names, but I'll stick to that. Other recreational facilities on our beaches and elsewhere, Redouy, Burkay, Marigot, Mont Pima, Labry, Marchand, and everywhere around this country. We have to raise the standards, and we have embarked upon ensuring that if we believe that our industry is so critical and so fragile, you can't have people coming to recreate on our beaches, whether they are locals or visitors, and they don't have a washroom to urinate, a washroom to freshen up if they need to use it. That's not acceptable. And so we believe that all of our beaches and public spaces need to have those facilities. So there will be investments made through some of our agencies to be able to improve that. There is more opportunity for unleashing the blue economy. We have tapped into the UBEC project, and so that will also give us some leverage for funding and assistance. The tourism transportation issue is being addressed. We have an issue with the TX plates. Right now there is an oversubscription. Everybody wants to transition from H to TX. That says something, Madam President. If all these people want taxi plates, they know there is business in the taxi sector. So tourism transportation is on the up. And I also want to mention that we are introducing a new concept of an underwater sculpture park that will help to give the dive sector a boost. Lookout points and amenities are also on for improvements, especially with facilities like washrooms, and that will include all the communities, including Vieux-Fort South, where there is earmarked to be built a boardwalk at the fish market, Senator Toussaint, and upgrading the Moulin Chic and lobster pot areas. Madam President, the Ministry of Tourism also sees the benefit in collaborating with other institutions to grow the industry and to increase awareness and participation. So we have collaborated with our schools and have had the Tourism Youth Summer Camp for children children 8 to 10 years. What we're trying to do is to introduce our youngsters to the industry in a way that they see it as theirs and that their actions can benefit. So a child who understands that if I throw garbage on the beach, I am affecting myself because I am now polluting a space that can help me to bring in revenue, will have an appreciation for the industry. We have had also the National Public Speaking Competition and as well the Junior Tourism movement. I was very proud to have accompanied one of our Junior Tourism Minister recipients in Turks and Caicos, where she participated and did quite well. Incidentally, she's a student of my former school, Miku Secondary, so I was very proud that she was there. And this year, the competition is open again, so I saw a number of students from Leon Hess and Mary's College, Clendon Mason, Soufre was there, Beaufort Comprehensive, a number of schools around the island preparing for this year's competition, and I wish all the students the very best for the emerging Junior Minister for Tourism. That student also gets quite a lot of support for their school initiatives, so I look forward to that. We also are engaging on the gift pack for less fortunate students, which is part of our social responsibility. Madam President, over $500 million, 37 projects in the tourism investment alone, in last year alone, in this country. Madam President, we believe that once we invest wisely in the industry, we can cause the 2,137 persons who got employed in the construction sector, the tourism construction sector, last year to make some money. 2,137 in the last fiscal period. And we anticipate an additional 1,000 in the new fiscal year. Madam President, arrivals are up, contrary to what others might make you think. 2023, we saw a 6.9% increase over 2022. And so far in 2024, all the numbers are looking up. We have seen an 11% increase, and we are at this stage already 5% above 2019 figures. Above 2019 figures. That was before COVID. So we are now going back to being above where we were before COVID. And that is encouraging. And now we have the Jazz Festival, we have cricket and CPL and all of that coming up, Carnival. I can well imagine the boost that we're going to get. Madam President, 113,000 more seats. 130,000 more seats we were able to realize in our airlines over the 2023 period. And each of these seats means tax revenue being collected. Each of these seats means hotel rooms being occupied. All of these people pay the levy. I have to say it again, 113,000 more seats. So I know there's the effort to try to downplay that, but we have to say it. And I didn't make the figures up. That is official figures coming from the Tourism Authority. So, Madam President, and I am telling you, based on what has happened so far, when we come back here next year, we will not be reporting 130,000 seats. 13, we will be reporting more. Because I said, we are already above, 5% above 2019. So you know what that means. If you know any math, Madam President, you will figure that out. Now, on the investment, before I go to that, Madam President, I want to also mention quickly, there is entertainment value in some of what we are doing. And it's important that when we talk about those mega investments, we do not eliminate the benefit it has for certain sectors. And so there is something that was referred to as the Brand St. Lucia headquarters that SLTA, thank you, has embarked upon. And that is a 6-story building that we believe can house a number of our agencies, cut rent, and create opportunities for us. And so, Madam President, that takes me quickly to the area of citizenship by investment. And contrary to what we may have heard, it remains among the top 3 most robust citizen by investment programs in the world. In the world. Now, you see, anytime you hear some people making noise, it's because they see something good happening. So they know the value of the CIP, because we have not done much in terms of benefits from CIP, you know. We are only now starting to see the benefits. I can begin to see the number of roads, the number of schools, the number of housing opportunities, all of those things that are going to happen in this fiscal year that will make some people even more uncomfortable. So I expect that maybe by the next 3 weeks or next few months, you're going to hear a lot more bickering about that CIP, because it is probably the biggest threat to the survival of some people in the political arena to get another chance. So, Madam President, I understand why there's so much noise. But after we view what happened with our CIP between 2016 and 2021, we have decided that we will maintain the standard of high due diligence, that we will take our time before we sign on to things that other people have signed, and that we are going to ensure that this program brings an increase in our housing infrastructure, our road infrastructure, and our social infrastructure. That is what we're going to do. And so I quietly move, Madam President, to infrastructure. It's not about roads alone, as I said, but what we need to do is to ensure that we do not increase our debt stock and we don't get value for the investments that we make in infrastructure. And so that is why the CIP program is going to assist that sector. And so, Madam President, I'm pleased to mention that we continue doing our desilting of drains and maintaining our public buildings. The Millennium Highway, finally, we see some progress there. The Uranora International Airport construction project continues. The DVRP, Disaster Vulnerability Reduction Program, which started under this government, in 2014. This has been completed. And so we believe that we have to now reconsider and look at new ways in which we can continue to reduce disaster vulnerability. The fire service will get some assistance. The West Coast Road, the West Coast Fire Station, substation, will be built for areas in canneries and ancillary, which at this point do not have one. I believe the leader of opposition business will welcome that. And purchasing of operating equipment for ICT equipment training. Now, Madam President, takes me now to an area, can you indicate how much time I have left?
You have 15 minutes left.
Okay, fine. I think I'll be fine, Madam President. It takes me now to an area that is probably very critical in maintaining a balance between the economy and the people, and that is the social equity and social transformation. Madam President, this government has, from 2021, demonstrated that it can really, while it maintains our fiscal situation that was dire, continue to provide the cushion that is needed for our people. And so there is an increase in the allocation for social protection, community after-school programs, home care. This program is expanded by from 575 to 863. Madam President, the COVID support continues. The $1,500 some people are still receiving. Parenting programs, public assistance, Could Mesetli see, the HOPE program, Our Boys Matter, crime and violence interruption, skills training and mentorship, improvement of the care facilities for juveniles. We are now looking at the George Charles, the former George Charles Secondary School for that particular project. The St. Lucia Social Development Fund, Madam President, continues to provide educational assistance, health assistance, housing assistance, home care, burial assistance for people who are in vulnerable situations, improving the situation and providing more attention for people with disabilities. And by the way, we have we have now appointed a new minister for people with disabilities to give even more value to the attention. And Madam President, if you don't have a family member or somebody close to you who has a disability, you may not understand the importance of these things. Madam President, through the SLNet, we are using a more scientific approach to determine how public assistance is provided. After-school programs continue to be improved. The BNTF, the Basic Needs Trust Fund, to help maintain access roads and provide small-scale housing for vulnerable people. Madam President, all of these initiatives continue to get a boost. We have seen the most subsidies or the most subsidized payments and support given to all of our institutions that take care or that are representing people with disabilities under this government. Madam President, I move to health and wellness. The only thing you heard from the opposition for almost an entire year that refers to health is the levy. That's all they spoke about. And since they were so interested, I thought it was important in my presentation to just remind St. Lucians of what we are doing with the health and security levy and what we intend to continue to do with it. Madam President, despite all the noise, the health and security levy is providing free health care for older persons. The health and security levy is helping us improve the universal health coverage program. The health and security levy is allowing us to allow pregnant women to get free ultrasounds and lab tests. 1,302 of them, Madam President, benefited in the last fiscal period. Your meal twice a day, Madam President, Tessa allez faire test yo, là yo en cent, sans payer des sous en pays ça. 1,302 in 1 year. That may be 1,302 healthier young children coming into our population. The health and security levy, Madam President, is being used to build, to raise awareness and accessibility on prostate cancer. Accessibility, free screening, Madam President. The health and security levy is helping to pay for free screening for cervical cancer patients and to prevent, to enable early detection. The health and security levy is being used to help people who have diabetes and hypertension get free medication. The health and security levy, Madam President, is paying for machines, for mammograms, for early diagnosis of breast cancer. Madam President, these are all initiatives that health and security levy, and there are more, but in the interest of time, I will move on. Madam President, the World Bank Health System Strengthening Project will enable in improving the situation with our diabetes problem. We have a situation where our nurses apparently look like they were leaving us slowly, quietly. We had 64 who left. So we recognize the need to incentivize the industry and to give our nurses more reason to stay. And so their job security was under threat. We saw under the last government, people had 3 months contract. How could you tell a nurse who has invested in her qualifications, give her 3-month contracts and she can't get a mortgage, she can't feed her family? Madam President, this government is making temporary nurses permanent. Job security is needed. And we are training more of them. And less people will be on short-term contracts. Madam President, there are a whole lot of initiatives, but I just want to quickly mention one. Our primary healthcare facilities are being upgraded. And I'll mention some of the communities quickly. Larry Shus in the Valley, Babono, Grace, Cicero, where I'm from, Deriso, and we're going to be renaming it the Lilia Haraxon Wellness Center after a very dedicated lady who dedicated her entire life to healthcare.
Senator, you have 5 minutes to complete your presentation.
I'll have to move on, Madam President, because I don't want to ask for extra time. I don't want to set that pattern. So I'll have to move on to the persons with disabilities. I think I spoke about that one to a large extent. I want to speak briefly on crime, Madam President. We have to make a distinction between enforcement and prevention. And while we strengthen the legal system with the police by providing them with all of those things that the Prime Minister mentioned, it is important that we also strengthen our social infrastructure and ensure that we involve civil society, the opposition, and all who are willing to help us curb this problem. In addition, the Prime Minister has appointed a new Minister for Crime Prevention. And so far, you heard him in the last budget. He outlined some of the initiatives and plans that this department has to help curb the problem. We have to find out why the problem exists, and we have to find out what the solutions are. And there are quite a few that have been identified, including better sourcing, better working conditions for the police, better quality of equipment, and I think we had a ceremony last week. We are going to bring into the city of Castries a new halls of justice, equipping the police with a place, and our lawmakers, our justice system, with a place where justice can be expedited. Madam President, we have given the police the most resources ever. And I am sure if I start telling you what we've done, my time will run out. My time will run out, Madam President. And maybe another colleague of mine will do a little more of that. Under commerce and industry, I want to mention briefly that there is an environment being created for small businesses and enterprises to thrive. You would have heard of the MSME grant loan facility. That is doing very well. We are targeting 150 new SMMEs to benefit this year. The cannabis discussion continues. You know we came to decriminalize the 30 grams, but now we have also passed a regulated substances bill. Under cooperatives, Madam President, I know we have a very passionate member here. I think she will talk more about it. But we have collaborated with Export St. Lucia to ensure that there is value added in areas like CMOS and other crops. Madam President, we have also partnered with the Taiwanese for the Taiwanese Partnership Trade Show. The 17th edition was held last year. And this helps to strengthen bilateral cooperation and bilateral trade so that we can find other avenues for our young people to be able to ply their trade. Women in agriculture, women economic empowerment is another initiative where we have trained 40 females entrepreneurs, and 2 of them went to Washington, I understood, to participate in a forum with the diaspora. Madam President, if I can finally now move to summarize. Before I do so, External Affairs also is collaborating with our southern friends, Saudi Arabia, and non-traditional friends to be able to get more options to source assistance for us. Madam President, our fiscal policy situation suggests that the government of the St. Lucia Labour Party, after 3 consecutive years of economic growth, is on a strong and solid footing. Madam President, we have stabilized this economy. We have brought the debt issue under control because we are servicing them, and while we're servicing them, narrowing the debt to GDP ratio. Madam President, we have brought relief to our banana farmers. We have brought relief to people in housing. We have removed import duty on hybrid vehicles. We are subsidizing in every way we can to make things easier for our people. Madam President, our pensioners, we are taking better care of them. As of August of this year, Madam President, nobody in St. Lucia will be getting less than $500 for a pension. People in this country will get $250, Madam President, every month. That is no more. We are giving mortgage guarantees, Madam President, for people to be able to access finance. Our reserves at the ECCB is in excess of $1 billion. Madam President, unemployment is at its lowest ever in this country. Some people don't want to talk about it, but in my last couple minutes, I have to say it again. Youth unemployment and unemployment in general, as I speak, in the last decade, is at its lowest. Madam President, moun ka travay an peyi nou, jen moun, gwan moun ki laj mwen, there is opportunity. Unemployment is gone down. And so, let me just end with this statement. St. Lucians, Madam President, made a decision on July 26, 2021, to place this country in good hands, in the care of a competent government, a caring Prime Minister, and a group of men and women who don't profess to know everything, but are committed to the well-being and prosperity of our beautiful country. And so with this, Madam President, I assure you that this government will continue to enact legislation, bring policies forward, and engage in investments and opportunities that will bring prosperity and continued progress to all the people of St. Lucia. With this, Madam President, I present this 2024-2025 Appropriations Bill for the approval of the Senate. I thank you, Madam President.
Senators, the question is that the Appropriation 2024-2025 bill be read a second time. Senator Polius.
Madam President, I rise to add my voice as a citizen of this country to the appropriation bill, the voice of the opposition, as well as the voice of many sectors, individuals who are affected by the policies of the St. Lucia Labour Party administration. Madam President, allow me to preface my submission by urging St. Lucians, particularly those who have been left out, those who have been victimized, the many who are convinced that they made a bad choice, a bad decision, and can't wait to make it right.
That's right.
I say to you, be vigilant. Be vigilant. Look on with discernment and don't be caught off guard. The leader of government business mentioned a multiplicity of projects that will be undertaken. You have seen, Madam President, through you have seen and you will continue to see an avalanche of projects of all sizes, big, small, medium size. Take notice. Take notice of the selected few undertaking those projects. And the leader of government business mentioned that there is something in there for everyone. We are looking on. We are looking on. So I want you St. Lucians to look out, because you know what? There is something up their sleeves. There is something up their sleeves. Madam President, after listening to the Prime Minister's budget address last week, Tuesday, April 23rd, to be exact, I could not resist echoing Rick Wayne's favorite lines. The more things change, the more they remain the same. The more things change, the more they remain the same. Don't you worry, you'll have your time. You'll have your turn to speak. Madam President, despite promises of change, and real change we're talking about, you know, it seems like we're still stuck in a loop with little real progress. And Madam President, I can't help but echo the popular Shakespearean phrase, Madam President. Oh, what a tangled web we weave when we first practice to deceive. And this is a stark reminder, Madam President, of the mess that deceit can create in the politics of the Labour Party. Madam President, this 2024-2025 budget is all about, and we know it, but we won't admit it, it's all about make-believe and mama guy. It's a budget which lays the foundation for doing one thing and one thing only. And you can say it with me, protecting the victory. Under the guise of improving the delivery of public services. On the surface, Madam President, the budget emphasizes improvements in public service delivery, promising better health care, education, infrastructure for the people of this country. However, upon closer examination, it becomes apparent that these promises are merely a smokescreen for consolidating power and perpetuating the status quo. This is how I see it. Though the members opposite may not agree, but this is how many others see it. The allocation of funds in the budget reflects a prioritization of projects and initiatives that serve to bolster the Labour Party's grip on power, but yet, Madam President, they want to claim or they want to refer to the opposition as being power hungry. Power hungry. So I really laugh, you know. I really laugh at all those who claim that this opposition is power hungry. But you know what the real truth is, the reality is, Madam President? The opposition is committed to salvaging this country. The opposition is committed to bringing some form of restoration to this country and progress, real economic progress. You see, Madam President, the irony of the pot calling the kettle black is so real today. It is so real today. And we witness time and again, Madam President, some of the same political actors, those who are so quick to point fingers, Madam President, are often guilty of the same allegations and worse. Case closed. I leave it right there, Madam President. Madam President, does Cabot ring a bell? Does that ring a bell, Madam President? So no longer do we want Jack to bathe on our beach? Madam President, they told St. Lucians that people don't eat roads. But today, the deplorable road conditions, Madam President, have had a feast with our pockets. So much so that this financial year, 2024-2025, is dubbed the year of infrastructure. Madam President, the construction of roads and rehabilitation of roads forms a critical component of this. So I understand there is no need to be condescending. I understand that road construction is not the only component or not the only part of infrastructure. We understand that. And you know, Madam President, I need to ask, because I am not quite sure what's happening along the Lakai, Dennery stretch. And I'm sure those from the south who traverse this area, you would have seen. So even when the road is repaired, as if that's not enough, you know, we go into the bush, we get rid of the vegetation, we expose the topsoil. Some of the reptiles, the very same species that the leader of government business mentioned, the featherlass, the boa, and more importantly, Madam President, St. Lucian iguana. We expose them. We make them more vulnerable to predators. Madam President, I have stopped on this road a few times just to allow the iguana. I bask in the beauty of the iguana. It's a beautiful creature. Because this area, Madam President, has been designated wildlife crossing zone. A wildlife crossing zone. So when we expose, we go all into the bush. We are making them more vulnerable to predators. So I want to know, Madam President, what's happening there, and what is the minister with responsibility for forestry, what is he doing about this? What is he saying about this, Madam President? So we see the hypocrisy is glaring. It is glaring, Madam President. The people of St. Lucia need to keep their eyes opened. See for yourselves the duplicity of this Labour Party administration. You know, they say one thing when they are in opposition, and when they get into power, they say and do something else. It is clear, Madam President. It is clear. It is clear that the party card holders and the undecided voters can be rest assured that the floodgates of contracts have been opened. Something in there for everyone. At this juncture, and for what purpose? For what purpose? All borrowed monies now will be redirected to one ministry or another in order to engage in capital projects. We know that. And we know that something is coming up. There is something up their sleeves. Something up their sleeves, Madam President. Contracts here. 6 block, pose 6 block la. We are not averse. We are not averse. So don't get me wrong. We're not averse in someone getting or making a daily bread. We're not averse to it. But when we really look at what is happening and what is being pronounced, Madam President, it's just contracts, 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 jobs for the boys and girls of the St. Lucia Labour Party.
Well said, well said.
Madam President, all those facilities that we have been told that will undergo renovation, that will be constructed, we do not deny that there is need to repair. We do not deny that there is need to rehabilitate our nation's facilities and even schools for that matter. But as I said, the focus and priority at this point is all about protecting the victory and creating opportunities. Creating opportunities for labor contractors and supporters to make easy money and to do shoddy jobs. And to do shoddy jobs. The national freeness has begun. The national freeness has begun. It's money for old rope. Easy money. Easy money. Money for old rope. The more things change, the more they remain the same. Nothing to do with efficiency and effectiveness. Same old, same old. Same old, same old. Madam President, I just want to turn my attention to education. Madam President, you will remember how the members opposite boasted about universal primary education and universal secondary education. Wasn't universal primary education meant to ensure that every child had access to basic education? So why do we still see children leave in primary schools without even the most fundamental literacy and numeracy skills? Why? And I know, Madam President, that while universal secondary education was touted as the pathway to opportunity for all, Madam President, you know what? And it is sad. It is sad that this innovation has instead become a source of frustration and delusionment for countless students who find themselves ill-equipped, ill-prepared for the academic rigors of secondary education. What a dismal failure. We need to fix it. We need to fix it. And I wonder, Madam President, whether some of us really care profoundly or deeply about the quality of education. I know some of us do. But I wonder if we all really care, or if there is something else that takes precedence. Madam President, the practice of appointing square pegs in round holes is not just misguided, you know. It's a recipe for disaster. And we need to mention it, Madam President, because it has some kind of implication for the quality of education that we offer to the children in this country. This approach, Madam President, prioritizes party loyalty over competence. Perhaps you are not aware. I know what I'm talking about. You're not aware. Resulting in key positions being filled by individuals who lack the necessary leadership skills and expertise to do their jobs effectively, particularly at the primary school level. So don't we expect, do your research, you will find out. Don't we expect the quality of instruction and the academic achievement of students at such schools to be compromised? I'm not attacking teachers. It's not the teachers. I'm a teacher myself, so I don't attack teachers. Madam President, at the end of the day, we need to ensure that the quality of instruction, the quality of education we provide to the citizens of this country is not compromised. Whether it is this one or that one, here or there, it doesn't matter to me. As an educator, this is what I would preach wherever I go. Madam President, the Minister of Education has come up with a makeshift solution to the failed secondary schools. I waited. Maybe I must have missed it. but I waited with bated breath to hear the minister shed some light on the 4 TVET schools and the TVET curriculum. Perhaps the leader of government business might be able to shed some light on that. But somehow, Madam President, he conveniently forgot to make some mileage with this. So not a word, TVET schools, the 4 TVET schools, not a word, not a whisper about these 4 TVET schools. Anyway, perhaps at this juncture, his ministry is not prepared or not ready or not sufficiently prepared to make any kind of political mileage on this project. But I just want to put this government on notice. We are looking on and we await the contribution on this half-baked project called the 4 TVET schools. We are waiting. Madam President, I now segue to agriculture. Madam President, during the 2022-2023 budget address, the Prime Minister painted a rosy picture of the banana export industry. And if you look with me on page 32, 2022-2023.
That's last year's?
Yes, last year's. And he said,
no. That's last year's budget address you're talking about?
yes, last year's. I just want to make a reference to this and to move on to this year's.
So we're just talking about yes.
And I just want to quote what the Prime Minister said on page 32. Second paragraph. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to announce that we have made great strides, and barring any natural disasters, we are poised for a new beginning. And he went on to say that the task force has developed a strategy, an action plan for restructuring the industry, strengthening the National Fair Trade Organization, that's the NFTO, and developing a strategy for increasing UK market access and regional markets. In a subsequent paragraph, the Prime Minister went on to say, Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to report that exports to the regional markets have increased while we prepare to resume exports to the UK market. Unquote. So today, you are coming, the Minister of Finance, you are coming to this honorable chambers and to say to St. Lucians, I quote on page 32 of this year's budget address. Mr. Speaker, while the export of bananas to the United Kingdom no longer plays a major role in agriculture production, a vibrant and viable market exists in the region. Where is the market? Where is the UK market? That was pronounced in the last financial year. Where is it? Madam President, the reality on the ground tells a totally different story.
That's right.
Totally different. Madam President, The problem lies in the fact that a significant portion of the bananas intended for export never actually leaves the country. And you know, Madam President, to place a quick côté fig la kale. En France.
Stay focused.
En chaille se fig la kale, en pack cochon. Dans se fig la kale, en pack mouton, en pack bœuf. Some of the very same farmers who have sold their fruits are called back. Now, Madam President, this is not hearsay, you know. I have this on record. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. So I know some like to say, oh, we've got this on record, show it. I've got it. So while our pigs, yes, we want our pigs, we want our cattle and so on to grow, to get fat and so on. But while they are smiling and getting fat, our farmers are grinning and bawling. Madam President, you know, there is always something good out of an unfortunate situation. While this may seem like a clever solution, Madam President, to utilize excess bananas in this country, it raises serious concerns about the sustainability and effectiveness of our agricultural policies. Madam President, the diversion of bananas meant for export back into our local market exacerbates, Madam President, existing supply chain issues. Now, even those that are left here in St. Lucia, Madam President, you have to go through the boxes and sift and examine and take those that are worthy for sale, you know, even on the local market. What does that say? What does it say? Quality. We know that. So I hear of the 500,000 promised to farmers. Well, due, there is something for everyone. There is something for everyone. Yes.
How many farms?
The 500,000 promised to farmers. Farmers who are affected by the low supply of packaging materials. Combien de femmes qui ont joué l'argent ça? Yo ka ton qui pas kawai. How many farmers will receive this money? How much will they receive? What criteria will be used? And will that money solve the problem? A little something pour soulager ou. Will that solve the real problem that we face in this country? Will it solve? Farmers, I tell you, look out. National freeness is coming your way. Look out. So, Madam President, where is the task force that was set up to develop this strategy and action plan? Where is the task force that was set up to strengthen NFTO and to increase the UK market access? Madam President, where is that task force? We want to know where the task force is. We need to get an update. Madam President, when I go around, sometimes I drive around. I dans ces figues là, mais c'est kawe misé. Dans ces pieds figues là, bunch là, figue ka mis en les pieds. And farmers are bawling. This is the very first time in the life of bananas, in the life of the banana industry in St. Lucia, that this has gotten to this state. ja jamais arrivé l'état ça. And you know, the farmers, you're not a farmer, so you don't know anything about that. The farmers, Madam President, I have heard it from them. It doesn't matter whether they wear yellow sleeves or they wear red sleeves, it doesn't matter. They are farmers. They are responsible for the production of fruits in this country. And we should not politicize this. Food production and security. But when the farmers look at you and say, Messieurs, ben moi dis ça Dion, Dide, en bas, gouvernement, flambeau, figue te primaire. And you're talking about boosting crop production? Boosting crop production by giving farmers fertilizers? This is misleading, Madam President, making the problem look as if it is a quantity. It's a quantity issue when it's not. Madam President, while providing fertilizers may temporarily increase the yields, it fails to address the fundamental challenges plaguing the banana industry, particularly in terms of the access to international markets and even regional markets and the quality control. Bon, les yo jwen fertilizer, yo en guano, et puis yo ka produit pli fig. Kote fig sa ka ale, dis-moi. Kote fig sa la ka ale. It's time that you stop fooling the people of this country. It's time. Madam President, the issue of quality control cannot be overlooked. It's no secret that the farmers have faced this quality issue for a long time. And despite efforts to improve the standards, the reality is that the poor quality of fruits continue to dominate the market, Madam President. Madam President, if the Dominican Republic, right there in the region, can produce flawless fruits, why can't our farmers meet the same standards?
Good point. Very good point.
Ou pas connaître rien about flawless fruits?
Very good point. It's a global market.
Madam President, who serve? You want to find out a little bit more? Come down. Come down to the area where the farmers sell their fruits, and you will see the quality of what goes into the boxes. The problem of quality has always been an issue. So the problem is, and the question I should be asking is, what are we doing about the quality? So I ask the question again. How will the 500,000 be used to help improve fruit quality? How will it be used? What concrete steps is this government taking, the Ministry of Agriculture, to address these quality concerns? So, when we boast about our farmers are getting 4,000 bags of fertilizer and so on, good. Some, they really need the inputs, they need the supplies. But the critical issue there is the market. Kote figlaka ali. Give farmers the markets you promised them. Support them with a comprehensive solution to help improve the quality of their fruits. Give it to them. And that will in turn help to reduce the food import bill. And I turn my attention to that, Madam President. Madam President, in this appropriation bill, we see a commitment to reducing food imports by 25% by the end of 2025. We have heard about these targets before, Madam President, and there is nothing new about that. The question is, what is the Prime Minister doing to achieve this target? We see foreign fruits and vegetables in the supermarkets, Madam President, all year round. The hotels import foreign fruits and vegetables. That, Madam President, is the source of the huge import bill. So, if Ferropolius knows about it, and if Alan Shastley knows about it, how come the Prime Minister of this country doesn't know that? Madam President, the hotels and supermarkets have a legitimate excuse, you know, for importing fruits and vegetables. And we've seen this, even in this appropriation bill. They complain that farmers are not consistent with their supply and the quality of their produce. And this is corroborated by what we've seen presented by the Minister of Finance. What is the Prime Minister and the Minister of Agriculture doing to enhance the quality and consistency of fruits of the farmers? Madam President, I wonder, how sincere is our Prime Minister when he says, and I quote, that agriculture continues to be a very important sector and a significant contributor to employment in rural areas, unquote. How sincere is he, Madam President, when he can borrow over 20 million for Youth Economy Agency, and he cannot do the same for the islands farmers so that they can improve upon the quality and consistency of their fruits and vegetables? Madam President, I am calling upon the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Agriculture. You see, next year, this year you make it the year of what? Infrastructure. Make next year the year of agriculture. Make next year the year of agriculture. Don't forget your place, my dear. So that the farmers can receive the support, they can get the assistance that they need in order to be able to serve the supermarkets and hotels, and the fruits and vegetables all year round will be of a good quality, and we will be able to reduce the import bill by that 20% target. Madam President, as I end, I want to say to St. Lucians, just as I did at the beginning, I want to encourage St. Lucians, the people of this country, to be on their guard. Be on your guard. Be vigilant. Take what you are given, it is rightfully yours. Whatever you are given is rightfully yours. They say, there is something for everyone. There is something for everyone. It's yours. Take it. But look out for the catch. I thank you, Madam President. I stumbled over the priorities.
Senator Lee.
Thank you, Madam President. For fear of being caught out, I know people want to go to events this evening. I've decided to speak now. I realize we were sort of looking at each other, playing very cat and mouse. People don't seem to have learned their lesson with regard to that. But anyway, moving on. Before I start, Madam President, allow me to acknowledge some of the information you gave us this morning regarding my colleague Senator. I'm feeling very lonely this morning, particularly at this event, where normally he would have addressed and given his very profound remarks on the budget put forward by the government. I understand his reasons for resigning, and I wish him all the best with his future endeavors. To start, Madam President, I just want to acknowledge the present situation, for want of a better expression, as laid out in the Economic and Social Review, and to commend the government for a third successive year of growth. I note that GDP has actually gone past our 2019 position. And so there's a lot to be optimistic about and positive about. But as well, there are areas of concern, and as I go through, I will point out where I have some areas of concern and note some things I think that we need to pay attention to. I will go through, and it's a sprawling budget. I think the leader of government business, struggled really to keep within his hour when discussing all the various projects. And I think the first speaker on behalf of the opposition noted that this budget is packed with a lot of projects, so it's a sprawling budget. And I will not endeavor to try to address every single aspect raised in it. So just permit me to look at the areas I think are perhaps of most interest and perhaps most opportunity, as well as perhaps most concern. So to start off with, I wanted to look at the areas that I perhaps have raised in the past that I'm happy to see are getting some attention in this budget. And we'll start off with education, where I note that I think on the last occasion, I mentioned that I sort of encouraged the government to go full-fledged into TVET education and to ensure that we made as much as possible of an effort to widen the offerings available to persons, to students. And I note that the government intends to change 4 of the existing school plans into specialized TVET institutions. I support this move. I encourage them to pursue it with all vigor. And that's one of the things also I'm going to mention later on, because one of the things, we have lots of proposals, lots of promises, lots of projects, but implementation is often a problem. So I'm hoping that this is one that will be followed through on very quickly. But in addition to that, I would like to encourage the government to offer TVET training throughout the entire education system. I understand the need for focus and I understand the need for specialized schools, but I think as well, as much as possible, the opportunity to study TVET programs or programs should be open to as many students as possible. And so our comprehensive schools should move more towards doing that as well. Also, retraining of persons who are already in the job market, who are already in positions. I did note in the Prime Minister's budget presentation that there is going to be especially training for adult males, but I would like to see this again as a priority area and pushed as quickly and as widely as possible. I also mentioned that I thought childhood education was a vital aspect of the education system. I note again in the budget presentation that grants are being given to some of the schools, that some of the schools are going to be, I think 9 early childhood centers are going to be made into high performance, for want of a better expression, institutions. But I believe we have universal primary school education, we have universal secondary school education, but we are missing the foundation. Early childhood education really ought to be universal and mandatory. It shouldn't be a situation that persons have to choose as to whether they can afford to send the child to daycare or early childhood education, because you are sending children into the primary school system at a disadvantage, where they come up against students who have had the benefit of early childhood education. And as a young parent, I am seeing for myself the parent of a young child. I don't know that I'm such a young parent myself, but the parent of a young child, I'm seeing the benefit of the exposure of your child to the socialization, to the education from an early stage. And so I'd like to encourage the government, be ambitious in this area particularly, and let us move to a situation of universal early childhood education. The creative industries, I note again, is an area that the government is putting a lot of emphasis on, and I support that wholeheartedly. The creative industries, I believe, is not just a means of providing employment, although it clearly is, and particularly for young persons. It is a means of us exploring what it means to be St. Lucian and expressing that not only to ourselves, but to the world. And so I would like to encourage the government. I note that efforts are going to be made to enhance the Lawas and the flower festivals, and I support anything that enhances and puts forward that which is our own and unique to St. Lucia. And so that brings me to one of my sort of pet peeves. I have looked on over the last few years on the development of Carnival in particular. And while it is, I appreciate the impact it plays in our economic development, the numbers of visitors it brings into the country, the work that it provides for our musicians, our sound technicians, our lighting technicians, our event planners, all of these persons. I'm a little disappointed that when I look on at what's happening to Carnival, it's becoming homogeneous with the rest of the Carnival festivals in the region. I cannot distinguish, now quality is one thing, but I cannot distinguish between Carnival in St. Lucia, Carnival in Adjournment in Barbados, Carnival in Jamaica. It all looks the same to me. St. Lucia is using that which made it unique, the aspects of our Carnival that gave it that special attraction. And the concern I have is that when I speak to persons who have been long-term revelers, persons who lived for Carnival, a lot of them are dropping out of the festival because for them it no longer has the cultural significance that it used to have. And we must be careful that in monetizing our cultural festivals and festivities, we don't destroy that which makes them special, that which makes them cultural in the first place. I must confess, I have not watched a Carnival parade in perhaps 6 years now, because I can't tell one band from another. They all look the same to me. I think more effort needs to be made into promoting our local designers. The thing you find is that most of the designers in the bands are external, except for maybe one or two. The large costumes, in particular, King and Queen of the Band, I know that efforts have been made continually to help develop that, but that is an area that I think where you really do get to see the local creativity coming out. I haven't heard a steel band on the road in years. Again, I know that there's expense involved in that, but I think if we are going to make it unique, we have to make these sort of investments where you have a steel band, especially for Juve, on the road. So it gives St. Lucia something different, something unique. When you look at the carnivals, I think, which are beginning to draw the most attention now, you have Mas Dominique and you have the Grenada carnivals. And they're perhaps the few carnivals that are remaining closest to their traditions. You have the Jab Jab in Grenada, and well, Dominica, you have still the Juve, the very raw Creole feeling. I know there's the intention, I've understood this year, to have a Dennery segment competition in the hopes of, again, fostering that indigenous sense of the festival. But I think we need to go wider than that. We need to make sure that the spectacle remains rooted deeply in our culture and reflects us. infrastructure. Now, I heard the banter, the year of infrastructure, what infrastructure means. When I say infrastructure, I mean roads in this particular sense, and means of transportation. And I appreciate that there's a lot of work that is going or required into maintaining our road networks. Unfortunately, we do not have the flattest topography, so that means our roads are various gradients, various heights, which means runoff an issue. Water runoff is an issue. A lot of our roads are not necessarily being designed for the size of vehicles that I see that we have coming in now. We've moved from a simple 4-ton and 6-ton truck to these massive mega trucks that are running up and down, and these cause significant wear and tear on our roads. But I want to encourage the government to look beyond just merely maintaining the infrastructure and look to infrastructure as being an integral part of our economic development. I don't mean just in the sense of creating jobs whilst working on the roads, but as an avenue for opening up our communities for development. I mentioned in a debate a few weeks ago, I think, the Casaba Road. I'm trying to get a little fitter, so I took a walk through that area, and I commend the government on actually repairing a large section of that road. But when you walk through, there is so much land in that area, and very high valued land given its proximity to Cap, given its proximity to Rodney Bay, that is for now closed off because there is no infrastructure. There's no water, there's no lights, there are no roads, there are no drains going through the majority of that property. I think this is clearly an area where government needs to make the sacrifice, go in and do the work that is necessary to make that area more accessible. And the same can be said for parts of Dauphin, parts of Dennery. There are lots of areas in St. Lucia that are not meeting their full economic potential simply because you can't access them. And so infrastructure, I mean road infrastructure, has to be integrated and be seen as an integral part of our economic development, and not just simply a means of maintaining what we already have. I want to encourage as well the government to look at what we call the back roads. And quite frankly, these are no longer back roads. These are major arteries they're not secondary anymore. When you look at the volume of traffic that goes on these roads on a daily basis, I traverse I used to before the repairs started and it sort of added to my commute, but the Vesikwe-Norbert Road every single day, simply because it is quicker and easier than going down the main highway. And the amount of traffic I meet going in both directions, and it's not just, again, residential traffic. You have commercial vehicles, you have heavy goods vehicles using these roads on a daily basis. And there are a number of pinch points along the road, again, because it's being treated as a secondary road, instead of investment going into it, and as I said, recognizing what it really has become. And it's a primary road. Much to my annoyance, one of the things I've tried to do since I've become a senator is to obey all the traffic laws, just because I don't want the embarrassment of being stopped and somebody walk in and say, hey, look, they hold the senator, what he was doing, and all sort of stories. So the Asu Canal Road, which is supposed to have been a one-way road whilst the Norbert Vesikwe Road is being repaired, is actually a two-way thoroughfare. You have to be stopping along the way, backing up, changing directions to allow persons to pass, because people are just driving past the no entry sign like it doesn't exist. The police went so far as actually putting 2 no entry signs and a barrier, and people are still coming around it. But it just goes to show, though, the demand for access and the demand for transportation, easy routes that persons are using. People are telling me now that they're going through Plateau to get to the north because they can no longer again access the Vesikwe Road, and a few of them are like me and they don't want to be embarrassed taking the Asu Canal, going the wrong way the Asu Canal Road, so they're going through Plateau. The point I'm making is that we now have such heavy vehicular traffic that the roads that we have deemed as secondary roads are no longer really and truly secondary roads. and they need to be upgraded and treated as primary means of access. Yes, that is development. And these are the things that I think we need to go beyond just looking at maintenance. I think that there was a complaint that the developers in a number of cases have not lived up to their obligations in terms of the quality of roads that they're providing and turning over to the government. But again, I think if we work more cooperatively, if the government takes an earlier interest, I think we need to recognize early on where the pinch points are going to be, where traffic is likely to move to, and where access is likely to be demanded. If government gets involved very early on in the process and monitors what's happening, we can avoid some of these hiccups and these issues. Again, as part of the whole infrastructure debate, a lot was made of investment and the record investments in tourism, in industry, etc. And I appreciate the need for foreign direct investment, but I still believe that we are not harnessing our local investment potential to the extent that we can. The Economic and Social Economic Survey at page 16 notes that deposit growth continues to outpace credit growth, resulting in heightened liquidity levels in the banking system. This is evidenced by continued decrease in bank ratio of loans to deposits from 69.5% in December 2022 to 65.8% in December 2023, the lowest in decades. So what that means is that we are tying up a lot of our resources in the banks, where they're doing nothing because the banks aren't on lending them, and we are not using them to its maximum and fullest potential. It says, again, it goes on, and this is what concerns me. Nevertheless, the stock of credit to the private sector rose further by 2.7%, reflecting higher household credit, while business credit has dipped. So, to compound things, while we are not making maximum use of our savings, we are borrowing money from the banks. And we are leveraging ourselves, which is good if you're using it for productive means, but I suspect a lot of the money is going into household renovations, trips, vehicular purchases, which are not exactly the most productive use of those funds. And more concerning is the fact that business credit has reduced. So the bank has a whole lot of money on their hands that, if you know bankers, they're very anxious to lend, but for some reason, rather than lending, they're holding on to it. And business credit, which again is the engine of our economic development, has not grown or kept pace with the rest of the economy. I suspect a large reason for this is the bank's concerns over the quality of the loans that they can give and the potential for default. And to that end, I was heartened to see, although it's somewhat delayed, that the Prime Minister in his budget address has indicated that the intention to finally bring the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act to Parliament. I know there are persons who have concerns over the effect of this piece of legislation, and yes, it will have significant effects. It will change the landscape of the economy, well, of lending and debt in St. Lucia significantly, but there are also very positive impacts that it will have. And so I know we're not debating that piece of legislation now, but I want to encourage the government to bring it forward as quickly as possible so that we can get over the teething issues, we can get over the problems and recognize the benefits of that piece of legislation. And one of the benefits will be bringing persons who are under crippling debt out of that crippling debt. They will be able to reorganize their business. They'll be able to become creditworthy again. You'll be able to bring non-performing assets, both in terms of loans as well as the underlying assets that have been purchased by those loans, into productivity. And hopefully once that is done, we can continue to have the increasing economic development that we've noticed over the last few years. Aligned with this investment or foreign indirect investment, we have the Citizenship by Investment program, of which a lot has been said on both sides. I am concerned, though, that despite the increasing numbers in applications, the returns on the program have actually reduced. I understand the government or the Prime Minister explained that has been largely because of a shift away from deposits into the National Economic Fund, but I believe that steps need to be taken to ensure that we maximize the revenue that is coming into the government as a result of these programs, and not allow the market to some extent, well, not even the market, allow the participants in the market to dictate to us somewhat where the market operates and how it operates. The other countries who are in this sphere show that there's the potential to do other things and to have that return. And I believe that we should follow the lead where necessary to ensure that, as I said, we are maximizing the returns. We need to ensure that our due diligence remains robust. We need to ensure that as much as possible and to the extent as possible, our process remains transparent and above reproach. Having been in the industry or in the sphere for some time, I do know that we did have, at least at one point, the most robust due diligence processes. No, I know about Henley's rankings, and I have my own opinions on Henley and how they do things and why they do things. But, well, that's another issue. But my concern is to ensure that the safeguards that were put in place remain in place, because it really was robust. And in some cases, we were accused of bending over backward to disclose information to the powers that be that we did not need to. But I encourage us to continue on that track and ensure that as much as possible, our CIP program remains unassailable. The Prime Minister hit head on another area that is very near and dear to me, and that is the fate of cash trees. When you look around cash trees now, you can clearly see that it's dying, and the Prime Minister, in fact, did use those words. And I'm hoping that, having recognized that, we can take active steps to address the decay that's happening in cash trees and to reverse it as much as possible. I noticed and I welcome the intention to create concessions for persons who own properties in cash trees to redevelop their properties and their businesses. But the simple fact is, unless we can generate more traffic, and I mean foot traffic and consumer traffic through cash trees, these attempts at renovating or revitalizing, the capital are going to fail. I would like to encourage the government as much as possible to move I know there's a great thrust for decentralization, and I'm all for that. But as much as possible, I believe that the core government functions should be based in the capital. And through that, you then create the linkages and the knock-on benefits of having your public servants based in the capital. I think there also needs to be a housing drive in the capital. The CDC buildings, I think we all recognize, have outlived their usefulness. They are, in many cases, unsafe. They are primarily placed, but again, I think if we go and build taller high-rises, we can house more persons, we can house more business, and generate more economic activity in and around those buildings. I'm hoping that with GPH coming in and the increased thrust and drive for more tourism, especially cruise tourists, that it will create the demand for more entertainment in the capital. And with more entertainment, there's more persons, there's more business opportunities. I've been hearing about the pedestrianization of the boulevard, I think from the time I was in diapers, and it's long overdue. You pass through on a Sunday and you see tourists milling all over the place with nothing to do. We have the perfect area for that sort of open-air Parisian cafe kind of setup in the boulevard, if we make the effort to pedestrianize it, improve the lighting, and improve some of the amenities that are available there. And with that sort of increasing vibrance, I think life will return to the capital. If that's not the case, then I think we need to make a firm decision that we are going to develop somewhere else as our new capital and make the investment to do it. But this sort of halfway zombie-like situation that Cashfish is operating in does not augur well for us as a country. I want to just touch again on agriculture. Again, I think this is an area where I need to tread a little carefully because I'm not an agriculturist myself. I did make a comment, I think in my maiden address on the budget, where I told both parties stop trying to fool people, particularly in relation to the banana industry. I notice I've been ignored and they both keep saying the same things about it. But the fact is, the figures don't lie. Whether through man-made disaster or natural disasters, the banana industry is facing, well, it has been facing a crisis for decades, but I believe it's getting to a crucial point where we need to make a decision. I accept that, and perhaps that realization I think is sinking in slowly, that reliance on the UK market, attempts at going into the French market are not really realistic. We no longer, I should say, have the ease of transport. The cost of transport to the UK is exorbitant and makes our bananas that much more uncompetitive. I think we really do need to look at, one, supplying the local market, because there are times where you can't get bananas in St. Lucia, which I find is a little ironic considering that is our main agricultural produce. As well, we need to exploit the regional markets. I note that the government has noted that perhaps is where the future of the banana market and industry lies, and I would encourage them to continue to do so. But that being said, there clearly needs to be an attempt or an emphasis on other crops. I know diversification has been a buzzword for a number of years, and talking to a colleague of mine who is in agriculture, he made the point that actually we have diversified quite a bit. And so the question that has occurred to me whilst I was reading through the Economic and Social Review and the budget estimates is, are we maximizing what we already have? I know we are constantly looking for new things and the new sort of cash crop that's going to save us, but are we making full use of what we already have? I know for a number of persons who are mango fiends, it hurts them when they go in certain areas and you see mangoes littering the road. Why are we not using these mangoes for value added? Why are we not creating mango pulps? Why are we not making jams and jellies with them? Why are we just having these fruits wasting? And there are a number of other fruits that we have that I think we are not making maximum use of. The other thing that sort of concerns me is whether in our drive to diversify, we are pushing out our own local biodiversity. There was a time where you could easily have gotten at least 3 different types of sweet potato in St. Lucia. Now I find it very hard to find anything other than the very orange one or the very dark gray one. There was a very light white sweet potato at one point. You can't get that very easily anymore. There was a lovely purple sweet potato. You don't get that very easily either. I think, again, in our desire to improve things, we perhaps need to look inward and trust ourselves. And let's look at how we can protect our biodiversity, ensure that the crops that we have always grown locally, we can enhance and perhaps make more commercially viable. rather than a sort of a one-off thing, and you get it from your neighbor who happened to plant it. You're all excited because you haven't seen this in an age.
Senator, you have 15 minutes to complete.
Thank you. I'll be finished in that time. Another concern of mine with regard to agriculture is, and I heard about the Youth in Agriculture program, and I laud that and I look forward to it. But the fact is, the most expensive part of agriculture right now, for a number of persons, is land. You cannot access agricultural land at reasonable rates. Persons think that once you want agricultural land, at some point you're either going to build an ecotourism business on it, or you're going to turn it into residential property. And that is sadly is happening in a number of cases. And you have a lot of arable land that is being lost to residential construction. And the cost of access is excluding a lot of persons who might otherwise wish to participate in the agricultural industry. So this is, and I know it's a tricky area, and it's also an issue that happens in residential land acquisition as well. There are a number of persons who are excluded because they just cannot afford property. In the north, if you get land for $14 a square foot, you are smiling because it is that expensive. I don't know, because these are privately held properties, that government can intrude very far into it and safeguarding, but I'm hoping that wiser minds than me can, put some thought behind how it is we can ensure that agricultural land and residential land remain accessible and available to our nationals. I would not want to sit without speaking on perhaps my pet topic, which is tax policy. When the government came to Parliament and made changes to the Income Tax Act last year, I noted that again, what we are doing is shrinking the tax base. That we're removing persons from the tax roll who would otherwise be contributing, and persons who are in fact enjoying government services and government activities. I made the point that it's going to increase the burden on a smaller number of persons, and sadly that prediction, but it wasn't much of a prediction because it was obvious, has come true. I think if you speak to anybody who is above a grade 12 in the government service, they saw their tax increase this year. And sadly, as I said, these are the persons who bear the brunt of the tax burden in St. Lucia. When I looked at the report on the fiscal performance in the Economic and Social Review, it was noted that on the whole, income taxes, the receipts from income tax went down. So we took a number of persons out, we increased the burden on a few persons, but yet still the revenue still went down. Whereas the receipts on value-added tax and excise tax in particular went up dramatically. The record revenue that the government has earned through taxation was earned largely through excise taxes and VAT. And so I'm appealing to the government yet again. Let us review our tax structure. Let us review our tax system. I think it is clear that taxes on consumption are where government's increases in taxes are going to lie. So let us therefore relieve the burden on individual taxpayers. Let us put more money in the pockets of consumers so that they can then go out and make their choice. Whatever they choose to spend their money on, however they choose to invest their money, the government can then reap the reward in terms of their value-added tax and their excise tax, and even customs duties as well, because unfortunately we are an import-based society. So let us drive the revenue where the revenue really is, and let us relieve the persons, because it's a disincentive, and it has been a disincentive to certain persons. When they look at their tax, what has happened to them, in the last year, they're like, but there's no point in me having a large mortgage, there's no point in me having insurance, there's no point in me even keeping retirement, other than obviously for the benefits that it gives to them personally in terms of their tax. So they're wondering whether it even makes sense to stay in government or stay in employment or moving into starting their own business, taking the risk. And there's a benefit to that as well, I accept. But the point is, you would be then removing persons from employment and the government that have certain skills that are necessary. So let us remove that disincentive to employment and let us allow persons to make the maximum use of their own resources. Before finishing, I want to commend the government for keeping in mind the interest of government pensioners. There have been way too many government pensioners who have been suffering for a very long time because their fixed income has not kept up with inflation. So I wish to commend the government, one, for increasing the one-off that they gave, I think, last year, for increasing the basic pension. But I also note that there's the intention that with the negotiations, any increases that are given to civil servants currently will also be benefited by the government pensioners. And I think that is a long overdue move. It is something that is necessary because too many persons who have given yeoman service in the public service, upon retiring, have found themselves in rather dire straits, and particularly the education system have found themselves in dire straits because it's hard moving from a salary of, say, even just $3,000, which is a modest salary, down to $1,000, $1,500, because your pension is literally a third of what you used to earn. And somehow that has to maintain you in the twilight years where your medicals become more expensive, where, you know, as I said, inflation has eaten into that over a number of years. So, as I indicated, I think this is a sprawling budget. There is a lot in it. There's a lot to commend in it. The one other concern that I think I need to raise before I sit is that I do notice that central government debt is increasing. And there is approximately, I think, $300 million that is called for borrowing in this particular budget. Again, just a word of caution. We need to ensure that we keep our borrowing within prudential limits and that whatever use we are making of that money is to grow the economy so that our GDP continues to grow, so that we get the full benefit of the monies and the projects that this budget contains. So with that, Madam President, thank you for a listening ear. That is my little review of the government budget for the year 2024-2025. Thank you.
Senator Shalry to say. For the record, Senator Toussaint Shalry.
Thank you, Madam President. Let me extend the wishes to all my colleagues. Madam President, I want to start off before I delve into the matter before us to, like the senator before me, extend well wishes to Senator Nurani Aziz. He will be dearly missed in the chamber. I too had my experience with him is that I learned so much from his quiet but always so powerful delivery in the Senate. And I am pleased though to know that apart from his contribution in the Senate, that he contributes in so many other spheres of society, especially as it relates to the issue of crime and deviance and so on. And so I just want him to know that he are in our thoughts and prayers. Madam, I thank you for the opportunity that you've afforded me to place permanently on the record my excitement and my unwavering support for what I deem to be a by-tooth moon budget. And of course, Madam President, as I say so, I know that I rest on the shoulders, and I'm saying that with a little bit of shaking my voice because of the shoulder I'm going to say, but I sat here this morning, and after the leader of government business presented and the first other member followed, despite the fact that she attempted to derail, to inkle, to do so many things, she did so many times in her presentation indicate as well how much is in this budget. So we know what the real truth is. Madam President, I want to begin with a phrase by an individual considered to be the father of modern philosophy, that is Plato. And I quote, "As empty vessels make the loudest sound, so they that have the least wit are the greatest blabbers," unquote. And I leave this day, Madam President. Madam President, the Prime Minister, Honorable Philip J. Pierre, has been touted, has been taunted, has been named, there has been attempt to ridicule his stuttering, and so many other things. But in his quiet demeanor, Madam President, persons sat at the edge of their seats in anticipation as to what would follow the 2023-2024 budget presentation and what would follow the so many things, policies and programs that had been implemented in the last financial year, and the questions that reverberated in many households and many street corners and many watering holes and many church pews and so many other places, Madam President, was what would he top it with this year? And I don't think, like I said, that there is any argument in terms of the amount of things that are in there, Madam President. Madam President, I sat in awe as usual on this side of the House as the member opposite who presented on the budget made a presentation. And Madam President, as I listened to the independent senator, I scratched my head a little because the wonder was, did they read from two different documents? Did they listen to two different budget presentations, Madam President? Because it appeared to me that on one hand, the member opposite made an attempt to make it look that it was all doom and gloom and darkness, Madam President. And then, despite the fact that the independent senator, as he always does, pointed out, very rightly so, the areas of flaw, the areas of improvement, but you got a general sense, Madam President, from the independent senator that the budget, generally speaking, was a good budget with something in it for everybody. So I have a feeling that the member opposite was reading from a different document, or perhaps, as we know is the usual thing, a prepared script. But Madam President, there are things she said that I think St. Lucians should really take heed to. She uttered words such as, "be vigilant." And I think that's fair. Let's give Jack his jacket. St. Lucians, the electorates of St. Lucia, have an obligation, Madam President, to ensure that they continue to be vigilant as it relates to the business of this country. So much so, Madam President, that they were vigilant, that they saw and they heard and they understood that in the previous 5 years that a UWP administration was in charge of this country, Madam President, they know of the Belarus doctrine that was touted, not just in word, but in action, Madam President. They were vigilant and they spoke at the ballot boxes, Madam President.
That's right.
That's why I want to thank the member opposite for reminding St. Lucians that they have to continue to be vigilant. But Madam President, I want them to continue to be even more vigilant, Madam President, because for those who perhaps had not heard, for those who perhaps were not sitting in front of their TVs or listening to their radios, Madam President, or who have not seen a hard copy or soft copy of the budget address, Madam President, they need to be vigilant, Madam President, because they need to go back, Madam President, in the document, Madam President, and they need to look at, as the Prime Minister spelled out, some of the things that had been achieved in the previous year, Madam President. Madam President, pages of them, and they're not he say or she say. Madam President, they're there for us to see. Reduction in unemployment rates, Madam President. Reading from page 5 of the budget address, Madam President. Over 11,700 new laptops to students, Madam President, and there is gain in us giving them the laptop, Madam. Lani Gaina Dai, Madam President. Madam President, introduction of the universal health care campaign, Madam President. Benefits for pregnant mothers, Madam President. Benefit for 80 plus, Madam President. Madam President, additional $600 to teachers for classroom materials, Madam President. Madam President, I lived in a household with a teacher, Madam President, and I know the struggles they face when sometimes my own salaries had to go into buying stamps, Madam President. When I entered M&C drugstore and you see new stock, you pick up a packet of stickers, a packet of paper, a packet of gel pen. I did it, Madam President. And teachers got that little bit of additional relief on top of what a St. Lucia Labour Party government had already given them. Madam President, it is there for us to see. So I want St. Lucians to take heed. I want St. Lucians to take the words of the member opposite seriously. Madam President, be vigilant. Right. Be vigilant, because the St. Lucia Labour Party under the leadership of Honorable Philip Joseph Pierre have delivered, Madam President. He has delivered and we continue to deliver, Madam President, and pages of what has been delivered. Madam President, moi vle di set lisye, pa just koute sa opposition akadi. Because opposition yon manye ka try mislead moun, disinformation and misinformation and mischief, Madam President. Me ale koute pou koyo, ek sa ki pa sa liye koui, mande yon moun yo kay do la veyte ya, Madam President. Se bagay la, gouvernement sa la, ja fe by Jean Saint-Lucie, an tout petit kote Saint-Lucie. En health care, Madam President. Teacher l'école jwen $600 plus pou gen matrio by mamay, Madam President. Le wale ase kote yo ka van bagay pou fe kay. Madam President, Premier Ministre Latier vat le matrio, Madam President. The government of St. Lucia has been working and we must be vigilant. Madam President, she said something else. She said those who point fingers have to be careful, because most of the time, and I'm paraphrasing here, are the ones that are guilty. Madam President, la pa ni pièce rien qui pli pour la vérité a passé statement ça la ifea. Because while she stood on the other side pointing fingers, Madam President, she spoke of their own guilt. Their own guilt. When she said that is some people that will benefit, that's a doctrine of the United Workers' Party, Madam President. Madam President, I live in a constituency, and I was happy when I heard the Minister for Infrastructure announce in the lower house, Madam President, that the Zabo to Bellevue Road will be completed. Madam President, a road started under the previous St. Lucia Labour Party, and the 5+ years that the United Workers' Party sat in government. Madam President, according to the member of Denry North, Madam President, the people of Beaufort North, by virtue of them having voted for the St. Lucia Labour Party, were punished as a result of the Belrose Doctrine, Madam President.
That's right.
They were punished, and yes, she said that the pockets of people have felt the deplorable roads. Yes, because people like me felt the effects of the deplorable roads in my pocket, in my constituency.
That's right.
Our punishment for supporting the St. Lucia Labour Party, Madam President. So she speaks correctly, and the finger of guilt is pointing right at her, Madam President, when she says that those who point fingers are guilty. Madam President. Madam President, and she spoke about contracts for the boys and the girls. Madam President, which boys and girls? Ernst & Young, who was brought into this country by the United Workers' Party to do a budget. A budget that the public servants in that ministry have done for years.
Yes, no
and maybe they needed some additional training. Maybe, Madam President, they needed to get on top of the new policies and the new ways of doing things. And so, yes, they could have received assistance, but a whole budget given to our boys and our girls, Madam President. Madam President, was she talking about radical investment? Over $7 million to a company not affiliated with procurement of vaccines at all, Madam President. Are these the boys and the girls that she speaks to? Doit Clark appointé en les saki coupable, Madam President. Il parlait ça, exavoué. Madam President, are we talking about the boys and the girls in Lockerbie, Madam President? Madam President, again I think she was speaking, looking at another document, Madam President. And whilst I will not go into the debate of bananas, Madam President, because we know what was said in 2017 when the then government and the then Minister of Agriculture had conversations on a trip to the UK, and pharmacy, plate. The leader of government business, if he was sitting there, I'm pretty sure you would agree, because in parts of the constituency where he lives, Madam President, in Tiroche and in these rural communities, Madam President, you plante, c'est pas plante, you plante, ça même opposite la divoué, yo teni pou bay kab, ou te cochon, ek chien, ek chat manger fig la. The finger of guilt is pointing right back at her, Madam President. But let's talk about the St. Lucia Fish Marketing Corporation. Once we talk about bananas, didn't go to the UK, didn't go to France, Madam President. What happened to the St. Lucia Fish Marketing Corporation? It was shut down on the fishermen, shut down on the fishers. So fishers pa brise soin famille yo tout. Gouvernement, il se pata dans la pâté sable. C'est péché à te brise. Bay famille yo manger tout ek pay bill yo fermé en ba yo. Madam President, but this is all the time I will spend dealing with these things, Madam President. And you know why? Because the multitude of things that have been expressed in the budget address by Prime Minister Philippe J. Pierre is enough for us to have constructive conversation, Madam President. And so I will segue there. Madam President, I sat here on many occasions and heard the leader of opposition business taunt Honorable Philippe J. Pierre that he promised $1,500 COVID support. And despite the fact that the evidence, and they like to say, I have evidence, but the evidence is there, and when the evidence is exposed, they twist it and turn it and do all sorts of things with it. But the evidence was there that Honorable Philippe J. Pierre, the then leader of opposition, never said these words. But guess what? Guess what, Madam President? It may have been because the leader of opposition business in the Senate continued to prick him, but Madam President, the real beneficiaries of the $1,500 that Prime Minister Philippe J. Pierre did roll out a program to give were the little people in the length and breadth of St. Lucia. The hairdressers, Madam President, I know a few of them. I know a few in my own community, Madam President. The bus driver, the hairdresser, the farmer, and so on, who have been able to tap into that program, Madam President. Over 5,000 households benefited from that program, and it will continue in this financial year, Madam President. Let's have these constructive conversations, Madam President. Madam President, I will spend a little while focusing on the area of agriculture and the fisheries sector. And the government continues to invest heavily in both the agriculture and fisheries sector, Madam President. And I will focus a little more on fisheries because I think a lot has been said about agriculture, Madam President. Madam President, the Prime Minister promised in the manifesto, in the pledge that we made to St. Lucians leading up to the last election, that because of the exorbitant cost of fuel, Madam President, that fishers would have been able to get a relief by way of giving them something back in terms of the fuel consumption. And Madam President, I am proud to stand up here, Madam President. I am proud to stand up here to indicate that when the September quarter for the duty refund, which covers July to September 2023, was rolled out about a month and a half ago, Madam President, fishers did receive the additional dollar as promised by the Prime Minister, Madam President. Madam President, a total of some 54,537 liters of fuel was consumed and purchased by members, fishers who are members of a cooperative, Madam President, which would have amounted to at $1.50, some $81,806. But instead, Madam President, the government of St. Lucia paid out a total of $136,344 to fishers, Madam President, and a difference of $54,000 plus, Madam President. The boys and the girls, yes, the boys and the girls down in Viewfort, and the boys and the girls down in Dennery, and the boys and the girls in Ancillary and in Castries, these are the boys and the girls that benefited from that program, Madam President. These are the ones that benefited from that program, Madam President. And as we continue on the ground to encourage fishers to become members of the cooperatives for the obvious benefits that it provides, I can tell you, Madam President, that I hope it doesn't come a day when the Prime Minister has to call and tell me that the figure is too big. But these are the real benefits, Madam President. Madam President, as we go around the country, we see infrastructural improvement and development in the fishing sector. Madam President, for the longest while, the Savans Bay jetty, the fishers, they had been complaining about the deplorable condition of the jetty. And I can stand here, Madam President, to speak on behalf of the boys and the girls of this country, not yellow boys and red boys, Madam President, all color and no color, and blue even, Madam President. They go to sea, or they benefit from a fish, or they benefit from the sale of fish, or the offshoot, whether it's vending or scaling, Madam President. And so they've seen improvements. The washrooms at the Mikud facility, Madam President, in Mikud South, Madam President, in Mikud North, sorry, Madam President, repairs in Dennery, in Ancillary, Madam President. The improvements are real and they're on the ground. They're real and they're on the ground. And again, if I can borrow from the words of the member opposite, be vigilant, St. Lucia. Ouvez yeux, quittez yeux ouverts. Même si yo dit la vérité, ou ka ywe ki sa, ki vwe. Madam President, and of course we are excited in the industry to look forward to the additional repairs and the additional developments in the sector, Madam President. Madam President, my regional counterparts in fisheries are looking forward to me indicating to them that we're officially opening the Mikud jetty, because we had before made a lot of attempts, Madam President, even for our regional bodies, to see what we could have done. And I was excited a couple years ago when I informed them that we had finally installed the jetty at Mikud, Madam President. But I had to then report to CNFO that the jetty had floated away. And so they've constantly been keeping checks on what has been going on. I'm excited to report to them what is going on in that area. Madam President, we know that we have had an issue in Viewfort in terms of the fishing port, and we finally will see some works being done there. The fencing of that space, Madam President, improvement to the slipway, Madam President, and some of these things will be done all over. Ancillary will get some attention. Castries will get some attention, Madam President. Madam President, the fishers are excited about the developments in FADs, Madam President, whether it is through the direct injection of the government or under the Blue Economy project, Madam President. They're excited. Real things happening on the ground, Madam President. Just a few weeks ago, Madam President, I was intimately involved in the deployment of a FAD off of the coast at Viewfort, Madam President. And such is the same with Soufre, my counterparts down there, and I know Choiseul is waiting for theirs, they're waiting for some material, but the excitement is on the ground, Madam President, because this government is delivering, Madam President. They are delivering, Madam President, and no longer is a time when the programs of government are delivered to you based on where you live, based on what political party you support, Madam President. That is not the case, Madam President. Madam President, under the CIRC World Bank program, Madam President, which is an offshoot of the UBEC program on unleashing the blue economy, we will see things roll out, and the consultations have been going on, Madam President. I too have been part and parcel of the consultations going around the island with the consultants, Madam President. And the fishers are excited about the proposed upgrades to the facilities in terms of sanitary and phytosanitary gaps, Madam President. And I too look forward to the time when CMOS production, Madam President, and I take this opportunity to really plead to especially the CMOS farmers, Madam President, to ensure that they continue to exercise and they continue to ensure that whatever they do within the industry are not detrimental to the growth of the industry, Madam President. The statistics speaks for themselves in terms of the contribution to CMOS to the economy, Madam President. But you go around the country, Madam President, and you see them drying CMOS any and every how. Atea, aller en banla, aller en sakla. Madam President, it's really unsightly to the eyes and the mind, Madam President. And so I want to take this opportunity as I stand here, knowing that I have an audience, Madam President, to really plead to the farmers within the sector, Madam President, to ensure that they practice the sanitary and phytosanitary measures, Madam President. I did see the Opicon farmers, CMOS farmers just recently undertaking some training in that area. And I'm hoping that they can go out there and be champions, Madam President, to ensure that we do not lose this lucrative industry. And rightfully, as the independent senator indicated, that we have diversified to a very great extent as it comes to the fisheries and agricultural sector. And of course, CMOS is one of these areas, Madam President. And so we need to ensure that we as the players do what we have to do to ensure that we protect this industry. Madam President, there will also be increased improvement to fish handling and processing. And a while ago I mentioned the Fish Marketing Corporation. The Fish Marketing Corporation, when it was built, it was really built so that the marketing role of the industry would automatically be borne by that entity, Madam President. And even a lot of the cooperatives, for example, and fishers themselves were not burdened with the marketing role. Their role was to go out there and extract the fish, knowing that there was an entity solely responsible for that. And we've seen, Madam President, what has happened since the closure of that entity. Fishers are now placed with an additional burden, and thankfully, like I indicated before, they have the little ease in with regards to the additional $1 on the fuel rebate. But they've really had to bear the brunt of now having to load fish in the back of their vehicles and go through the inroads and so on to sell their fish. That is the reality, Madam President. And so I do look forward to not only under that program, improvement in fish handling and processing. But I look forward, Madam President, and I continue to have conversation with the Minister of Agriculture and the Department of Fisheries. But I do look forward, Madam President, to the time when they will be able to give an absolute word to the fishers of St. Lucia in terms of the way forward, and a lucrative way forward, sustainable way forward as it relates to the marketing entity, Madam President. Madam President, I move to the area of crime. And of course, Madam President, although I take umbrage from the tags that have been placed on the South as it relates to crime, Madam President, I think that it is an island-wide issue. I don't think that it's isolated, or the effects of it is isolated to any particular geographic location in St. Lucia. But it is all of our business, Madam President. And so again, I take this opportunity as I deliberate on the appropriations bill, Madam President, to place on a permanent record a clarion call for all of us, Madam President, from the top all the way to the bottom, Madam President, that crime has to remain all of our business, Madam President. And we give a lot of lip service to the issue of not politicizing crime. And I know some persons might jump out of their seat, but I dare say that they cannot find me anywhere on record playing any political games with the issue of crime, Madam President. And so I can stand up here boldly, Madam President, and say that, and to just encourage us. I think all of us have a part to play in this issue, all of us. And I think that instead of standing around and playing politics with the issue of crime, that we should actually speak into being and speak into actions the things we want to see happen and the changes we want to see, Madam President. All of us have a role to play. And sometimes we may think it's little. Sometimes we may think, well, I'm not in government, I'm not a minister, I'm not a this, I'm not a that, so I can't do. But all of us, whether it is in the church, whether it is in the community, more so in our own households, Madam President. In our own households, Madam President, we all have a role to play, and we should take it seriously. But, Madam President, whilst we do that, and I will not go into the debate of who has provided more resources or who has provided better resources, because it is incumbent on the government of the day to provide for the police and other agencies charged with dealing with the issue of crime, Madam President, resources for them to undertake what they need to undertake. It is a prerogative of the government to do that, Madam President. And so I implore and I encourage that this conversation be a conversation that we should not have in that manner, Madam President. But whilst we do that, to appreciate the fact, Madam President, that resources are being provided. In terms of utilization of the resources, I can't speak to that. In terms of the effectiveness, I can't speak to that. But I think that the conversation must continue. In terms of what more can be done for the police, what more can be done for civil society organizations, Madam President, what more we can do. But I definitely look forward to some of the programs that has been pronounced in the budget, Madam President, because I am confident that they will lend they will lend it themselves towards ensuring that we create the dens that we want to create. But there is so much more that we can do where that is concerned, Madam President. I think there is so much more in terms of policy direction, strengthening, and maybe new legislation that can be put in place to ensure that we not just after the fact punish people and incarcerate, Madam President, but even before, Madam President, to ensure that some of the things and some of the social programs that have been rolled out. I heard social programs specifically geared towards boys, Madam President, because when we look at the statistics, we see a lot of both the victims and the perpetrators. The greater numbers of them are our young men, Madam President. And whilst we should not change focus on the women and the females, Madam President, because we know what happens when we tend to tip the scale a little too much, Madam President. But I think it is ripe at this time to look at specifically what are the issues that are confronting our young men and to see what we can do to ensure that we curb these issues, Madam President. Madam President, one of the things I was very impressed with from the presentation of the Appropriations Bill, Madam President, was a pronouncement that the Citizen by Investment Program will now be used in this country, Madam President, to fund projects, capital projects in this country, Madam President. Madam President, and if we go around and if we look at some of the other islands, Madam President, if we look at Dominica, for example, Madam President, in 2017, when Dominica was hit by Hurricane Maria, Madam President, the income of Dominica was highly supported by the CIP program. It accounted for about 25% of their GDP, Madam President, and about 52% of their income. And they were able to use these monies, Madam President, about $1.2 billion for housing, Madam President.
Senator.
They launched...
You have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. They launched a future housing program which gave affordable housing for public and private the sector, Madam President. The airport in 2021, $370 million from the CIP project, Madam President, was used to build an airport in Dominica, Madam President. Madam President, we can move over to Antigua as well. At least 20% of their GDP in 2017, amounting to about 64 million, Madam President. In St. Kitts, Madam President, St. Kitts touts about an entire decade of improvement in the budget surplus and lowering of public debt as a result of the CIP program, Madam President. So, Madam President, I'm happy that despite the fact that the doomers and the gloomers have been on it, have been saying the things, have been trying to create discord in this country, that we will finally, Madam President, see our CIP program working actively in the interest of the people of St. Lucia, Madam President. And Madam President, not for the boys, not for the selected boys and girls, because some of us could not wear fascinators, Madam President.
That's right.
Some of us could not wear fascinators, Madam President. But the roads that will be built, we'll be driving on them, Madam President.
Right.
The schools that will be touched, Madam President. The health care that will be touched, Madam President. All of us, Madam President, will benefit from it. Not some of the people. Because, Madam President, if we go to the blueprint of the St. Lucia Labour Party 2021, it did not say putting some of the people first, you know. It did not say excluding the people of Choiseul Saltibus and the people of Mikud South. It did not say that, Madam President. That's what we saw before. We saw the people of Beaufort North and the people of Dennery North and the people of Labrie, Madam President, and Beaufort South being left out of economic development.
East was out too.
But we said putting people first.
That's right. Everybody.
People first. And Madam President, whilst we're on the matter of, and I continue to hear this thing being said, Madam President, about protecting the victory. Madam President. Madam President, during the campaign, and when you present your plans and your manifesto to the electorate, it is a book, an article, a piece of document that say to the electorate, Madam President, this is what I promise to do for you. That's what they say, Madam President. That is what is within these pages. So when you hear them say about everything you all do is to protect the victory, Madam President, yes, it's to protect the victory, because the victory was won on what we told to the people of this country, Madam President.
Yes, we will.
Madam President, nous faire promettre by Semuna. But you toujours do promises are made for fools. But the promise was made, and as we go along, we can tick it off.
Checkbox.
Madam President, si ou pas tickly off, so pass I did it. Mais Madam President, c'est mati ou mati by Semuna la. So nous ka faire ça, nous di nous te ka fait. Et qu'il y a un problème avec ça, Madam President. Because you vle nous mati by Semuna la. That's what they want us to do. They want us to lie to the people. They want us to promise the people 23 islands off of Maria Island. And we can't deliver it.
And the pearl of the Caribbean.
That is what they want us to do, Madam President. They want us to promise the farmers of St. Lucia bananas to France. And Madam President, the previous Prime Minister, il porte any desk Prime Minister ou savent, mais il a hani un document en l'air desk, il a signé pour mener pour gas descendre. Il a signé, il a hani un desk Prime Minister avant l'élection, Madam President. Mais il menti by ces moun là.
Exactly.
So si il pas te vle protecter victory pas qu'à délivrer by Jean Setlissi. Ça a été promis pour délivrer by Jean Setlissi. Madame Jean Setlissi parlait en les 36 juillet. Yo parlé, Madam President. And whilst the member opposite says they will speak again, it is a democratic right, Madam President, of every St. Lucian to speak in the ballot boxes.
That's right.
So, Madam President, si l'autre élection, Jean Setlissi décidé, nous pas vle St. Lucia Labour Party là encore, et que dit nous, go take a rest. Madam President, nous kay fait ça avec dignité. Nous kay aller acide, et nous kay, we will go back to the drawing books, Madam President, and we will come again. That is why we have elections, Madam President, so that the people of this country can freely decide who runs the country. And we understand that concept on this side, Madam President, and we accept that when the people of St. Lucia had the St. Lucia Labour Party in the wilderness for 30-something years, Madam President, It was the will of the people.
That's right.
But the United Workers' Party does not accept and respect the will of the people, Madam President. But we do on this side. Now, Madam President, as I boil down, and like I said, there is so much to speak about, and I know my colleagues will give treatment to the little pieces there and here and there as it touches them. But Madam President, I want to just run through a few others, Madam President. Madam President, $2,500 one time to preschools in this country. Privately owned preschools, Madam President. And I know my parliamentary rep, Honorable Moses Jabatis, may have been very excited when he heard this, because on a regular basis, in terms of September thereabout, Madam President, I go sometimes to the preschools, Madam President, where the parliamentary rep, and he has been doing it for years, whether he was in opposition or not, gives care packages, toiletries, cleaning supplies, and so on, to help the little ones in Beaufort North, Madam President. And with an added $2,500 for the preschools in that constituency, I know for sure that my parliamentary rep is one that will be very happy. Madam President, minimum wage, livable wage, we've spoken about it so much, Madam President, and last year I sat, unfortunately, in one of the chairs opposite, Madam President, with the group from Seawheel in the Women in Leadership program, Madam President. And this was the motion that we debated in here, Madam President, the issue of a minimum livable wage, Madam President. And I can share the excitement of these women leaders, Madam President, when I say that my phone was abuzz with messages when PM made that presentation on Tuesday that this thing will finally come to fruition. And I know that there will be some challenges, Madam President. Some of it has been articulated in terms of the adequacy of the Labor Department in terms of personnel to deal with some of the issues, and perhaps the negative effect on small businesses and so on. But Madam President, we are all in this together, and we have to try to find a mechanism that will work for all of us, Madam President, because I think it's long overdue. Madam President, additional housing relief. Madam President, when you go to countries like Dominica and Barbados even, Madam President, and you see the housing schemes specifically for teachers, specifically for different public servant groupings, Madam President, and you watch in awe because you long for the day when these things will be, that we will be comfortable speaking about them in our own country, Madam President. And I look forward to this improvement, or this added incentive as it comes to housing, Madam President, added on top. And Madam President, this is the thing, you know, when pronouncements are made on this side of the house, you hear the inklings on the other side. It's piecemeal, it's this, is that. But we recognize, Madam President, that there was a deficit in housing. And we started by ensuring that the persons who were most vulnerable were able to benefit from the housing repair program, Madam President. And they give it all kind of names. They call it all kind of tikais, all kind of things, Madam President. Because yo pa realize, c'est mouna ki pate sa fe anye même pour yo. Madam President, allow by a nom. Ebe at Madam President, ki pate ni a kote pour poser tête yo. Ek le ou sa se moun ki glokato be azowe yo sav, Madam President. Yon pou mette bomek, yon pou mette plek, yon pou mette besin, le fetay kay la ka koule. Et gouvernement ça la ouais c'est nécessaire pour bailler anti-assistant. Et yo aller plus loin, yo tie vate les matouyo so c'est ça qui sage matouyo il plieze pour yo gain. Et ka présent yo ka di nou, Madame Président, yo ka aller plus loin, yo ka buy 100% financing pour ça qui ça point mortgage là présent, Madame Président, gouvernement nous ka travail, Madame Président. There is no two ways about it. So Madam President, whilst they focus on bananas, as if that's the only thing happening in this country, Madam President, we're focusing on the rest. But what the member opposite failed to tell us, Madam President, while she focused on bananas, and that is the thing, they give us piece of the picture, Madam President, they see the glass half empty, not half full, Madam President. What she failed to tell the people of St. Lucia, and it was just a few weeks ago that the box crisis affected farmers, Madam President, and the same one she said they're not exporting it. So si yo pa ka export, ek se cochon, ek kabut yo ka bay fig la. Ki sa yo ka fek bwet la, Madam President? Why was then there a box crisis? Yo bwize bwet la, Madam President. Yo bwize, c'est ça qui fait la tenir crisis. But in just a few weeks, Madam President, the Honorable Philip J. Pierre has gone to the drawing books, and he was able to announce that some $500,000 has been earmarked for release for the banana farmers because they lost revenue.
5 minutes left.
I will be completed within that time, Madam President. They lost revenue during that time. I had the privilege of speaking to a young man who lives in the same constituency of the leader of government business, Madam President, and I heard his gripe. And when he indicated that he had so many bunches of ripe plantains ready to be shipped, and he could not ship them because he did not have boxes, Madam President. These are so many households that were affected by that. And it is not a solution to the problem, Madam President, but it's definitely a recognition that they've suffered, and so we are going to give them something to relieve the pressure. And we are not saying that they cannot manage it, Madam President. But farmers have been managing money from time in memoriam. So we're not saying that they cannot manage it. That is what they said when COVID hit this country, Madam President. Ministre agricole dit c'est farmer pas de ça manage l'argent. So il pas bailler l'argent, Madam President. But we're not saying that because we know they can manage it. Because this country and in the constituency where the member opposite lives, Madam President, she knows that constituency, like many others in St. Lucia, were built on the backs of banana farmers, Madam President. That means they can manage their money. They send their children to school and they bought vehicles. The FARs were introduced because banana farmers needed it then, Madam President. So she knows. Madam, increase to pensioners, and that has been spoken of. Madam President, what I see is that there is something for everybody. Something for everybody. And the gaps that were perhaps left unattended to in the 2023-2024, we're building upon it in 2024-2025, Madam President. And so I want to say to St. Lucians as I take my seat, Madam President, to keep their eyes open, to be vigilant, Madam President, as they were advised by the member opposite, and to ensure that they take advantage of the government programs and policies that are being rolled out. Go to your parliamentary rep, go to other leaders in your community and find the information. Go to the agencies, whether it's the Ministry of Commerce, the Youth Economy Agency, and I'm glad to know that in the South, Madam President, a desk will be placed there, Madam President. Madam President, when wish desk la take at the administrative center, Madam President. Because Madam President, in the desi menage land register, massage get to land registry. Because I'm wishing, Madam President, that there was an office somewhere in Viewfort that I could have take a cool little walk up the road to and be able to deal with my problem. You're quasi, Madam President. You're quasi, But it's glad to know that the government is ensuring that we go to the people, to the boys and the girls in the South who will inevitably take advantage of the youth economy, Madam President. And so, Madam President, it is, you know what irks me? Is the fact that the member continues to be so pessimistic. And you know why? Because she knows what she's guilty of, Madam President. Everything, the answer is, we'll see how it works. Yeah, I know how it worked in Beaufort North. I know what it felt like when I walked to an endorsed candidate, Madam President, and the endorsed candidate said to me that I could not apply for a school bursary. I endorsed candidate, Madam President. They like porte même endorsed. They say, likite ni l'argent gouvernement Beaufort North ka buy school bursaries.
That's right.
And he closed that door on me, Madam President. Whilst I was looking for support for two young ladies in my community, Madam President. That's what happened. So she's speaking on knowledge, but there is a difference on this side, Madam President. I can tell you that. When I walk through the length and breadth of St. Lucia, I can tell you. When I see the people who are employed, when I see, and our people are complaining, you know, Madam President. Madam President, people in my community are complaining that people who they saw with their yellow shirts have jobs before them. So we know what the reality is, Madam President. But the government is a government for all the people, Madam President. Right. And we understand that. And so, Madam President, I want to place on the record my unequivocal support for the Appropriations Bill 2024-2025. And I hope, Madam President, that as the programs are rolled out, the naysayers can be quieted, Madam President, by the work of the government, Madam President. I thank you. We'll see how it rolls out.
Senator Stanislas.
Yeah. We'll see how it rolls out.
Thank you, Madam President. Like my colleagues before, I would like to extend my best wishes to Senator Aziz, and I hope that he gets well, and I wish his family the very best as well. Madam President, I rise to respond to the Appropriation Bill 2024-2025, dubbed Building Our Infrastructure for a Resilient Economy, as presented by the Prime Minister and Leader of Government Business. It is with profound disappointment that I have sat here year after year, Madam President, in this august chamber, witnessing the blatant manipulations by the Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, in his delivery of these budget statements. Crafted, Madam President, with misleading eloquence, he parades before the House a series of hollow phrases designed to mislead the public and placate chosen demographics. Yet, he utterly fails to offer substantial plans or actionable content for the true advancement of our people. Madam President, sadly, I'm from Super, not library. Madam President, sadly, this year's presentation by the Prime Minister is no different. It is strewn with lofty watchwords and phrases such as truthful account, virtue of truth, value of truth in enabling public enlightenment, plans rooted in principles of accountability. Madam President, these fancy phrases and watchwords are not manifested in the substance of the Prime Minister's budget address. On the contrary, it is littered with untruths, false assumptions, and questionable statistics. Madam President, my presentation today will prove beyond doubt that this budget is nothing more than a make-believe budget, in which the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance has unashamedly attempted to give the people of St. Lucia a 6 for a 9. Madam President, this budget was definitely not created to address the formidable challenges and the desperate needs of the people of St. Lucia of today and beyond. Madam President, we are a people whose dreams and aspirations are to compete and thrive in this highly complex and competitive global environment. Madam President, we are citizens of a global community at a critical juncture when our people face monumental challenges in a world of sophisticated information technology. A global community, Madam President, plagued by the existential threat of climate change, water contamination, human rights violations, rising crime, global health issues, poverty, poor access to healthcare, education, and safety, rising cost of food, Madam President, hunger, illegal drugs, human trafficking, violent crime, and the proliferation of weapons and regional wars. This budget, Madam President, fails miserably short of addressing these present, pressing, and critical needs of today. Madam President, no amount of verbosity and slick penmanship from the Prime Minister's wordsmith can alter the truth. The truth is, this make-believe budget is definitely not a 9, it is certainly a cunningly disguised 6. Madam President, in his statement on page 3, section 2, subheading of our record, the Prime Minister made a brash proclamation. As a precondition for reshaping the country, and I quote, we have stabilized the finances of the country and placed the public debt on a sustainable path. The question we all should ask, Madam President, whether this is true. When this government came into office, Madam President, our country was steadily emerging from the deep, murky waters of financial and economic turbulence created by the COVID-19 pandemic. Like every other country in the world, our GDP contracted by over 24%, Madam President. Madam President, between June 2020 and July 2021, the UWP administration placed our financial and economic future on a solid upward trajectory through a comprehensive, pioneering, ingenious, and strategic economic and social recovery plan. In 2021, the economy registered a growth rate, a recovery rate, if you want to say it, of 11.5%, second only to Guyana, a country with vast petroleum resources, Madam President. In 2022, the growth grew to 20%, Madam President. These rates, Madam President, and we all can agree to, could have been much higher had the government's vision not been stymied by a severe malaise diagnosed as partisan politics myopia, also known as PPM, Madam President. A condition, Madam President,
PPM,
that afflicts petty, vindictive, and short-sighted politicians consumed by a wicked desire to victimize supporters of the opposition.
PPM.
Mr. Vice President, in their quest to exact pain and trouble, this administration stopped or interminably delayed almost $1 billion of ongoing and shovel-ready infrastructure projects. In the process, Mr. Vice President, they catapulted thousands of St. Lucians into unemployment, creating unnecessary hardship in hundreds of households. These reckless stoppages confined hundreds of trucks and heavy equipment to makeshift parking lots to rot. It denied the economy the opportunity to optimize the momentum that it was developing as a result of the impetus created by the construction component of the UWP administration's economic and social recovery plan. This administration, Mr. Vice President, stopped construction on several roads under the $150 million National Road Rehabilitation Program, the largest national road rehabilitation initiative in the history of this country. Madam President, Mr. Vice President, this Labour Party administration terminated the St. Jude Hospital Project Phase 2, stopping construction on the brand new purpose-built, climate-resilient modern building. This UWP and Labour Party administration stopped the all-important $400 million Iwanara International Airport project, as well as the essential $15 million Rodney Bay Road Rehabilitation Project, an artery in the heart of our main residential, tourism, and commercial hub. This administration, Mr. Vice President, stopped the tavern and shock housing developments, both private and public sector collaborations. In so doing, denying scores of St. Lucians, especially young St. Lucians, an opportunity to grow wealth through the ownership of a plot of land and a house at a reasonable price in this country. Mr. Vice President, I would like to continue listing the projects stopped by this administration, but the time allotted for my presentation today is inadequate and does not permit me to do so. Secondly, Mr. Vice President, the mere exercise of delineating the projects started by the previous UWP administration and sabotaged by this administration breaks my heart when I think of the thousands of St. Lucians who had to suffer unnecessarily as a result of this callous act by this SLP regime. Mr. Vice President, I am sure you will agree with me that had this administration not stopped these projects and had they brought them to completion within the time and cost set in the terms and conditions of the contracts, our economy would have recovered faster. The financial hardship experienced by many in the last 3 years would have been less severe, and the social degradation pervading through our nation today would have been less menacing. Mr. Vice President, in 2023, our economy registered a meager 2.2% GDP growth, a precipitous drop of 18.2 points from 2022. And you can refer to the Economic and Social Review, page 11, table 3, Mr. Vice President. Our growth, Mr. Vice President, was the worst in the OECS, in the ECCU. The worst. Mr. Vice President, can you imagine what a disaster this is? St. Lucia, the worst performing economy in the OECS, in the ECCU. That is what the record shows. That is what the record shows. Okay? In the Economic and Social Review. St. Lucia in the ECCU. St. Lucia in its heyday was the beacon of economic success in the OECS. We now suffer the ignominy of having the worst economy. Shameful, especially when one considers this did not have to be if this government had not tampered with the working formula left by the previous UWP administration. Can you imagine, Mr. Vice President, St. Lucia performing worse than Grenada? Worse than Dominica?
Unimaginable.
Worse than St. Vincent?
Unimaginable.
Worse than Antigua? Worse than St. Kitts? We are the bottom.
That's right.
We are the bottom, Mr. Vice President. Okay? Madam President, Vice President, those statistics are captured on page 11 of the 2023 Social and Economic Review, table 3. Macroeconomic indicators 2022-2023.
I don't think they've read it. I don't think they've read it, actually.
These are your words. You all put it there, you know.
Pilot stuff from the lower house.
This is the Economic and Social Review 2023. These are your words.
Check it.
Right there. Page 11.
Check it. Find the page.
The average real GDP growth in the ECCU was 4.3%.
That's right.
4.3%, the average real GDP growth. The real GDP growth in St. Lucia of 2.2%, Mr. Vice President, is almost half of the average performance of the member states of the ECCU.
Find the page.
I am not the one saying it. Y'all said it. It's in there. Unbelievable. And St. Kitts and Nevis, 2.3%. Grenada, 3.6%. Antigua and Barbuda, 3.9%. Dominica, 4.7%. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, 6%. Mr. Vice President, can you believe that St. Vincent's real GDP growth rate was almost 200% greater than that of St. Lucia? These are the facts. These are the facts. Madam President, Mr. Vice President, the first rule in programming is, if it is working, do not touch it.
That's right. That's right.
If it is working, do not touch it.
That's right.
The track record of this government cries out that it does not adhere to the rules. It played petty partisan politics mixed with T-boutique economic policies with our economy, and the people paid. The people are paying, and unfortunately will continue to pay from their pockets through crippling taxes, exorbitant excise duties, extortion like fuel and cooking gas prices, and high inflation. Of course, I will expand on later in my presentation, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, the record also shows that our economy was the worst performing economy in the ECCU in 2023. It therefore follows that this Prime Minister, this government, they are the worst economic managers of the ECCU. Simple as that. That is the only record you all have there.
Case closed.
Don't come over records with it, this or that. No, this is your record. You all are the worst economic managers of the ECCU. At the bottom of the ladder, at 2.3%. undisputed. That is what it is. And that you all have betrayed the trust and confidence which the people of St. Lucia placed in you all to run the affairs of this country. It's a betrayal because you all promised to do better.
Can't manage.
But you all have taken us to the very bottom of the ladder today.
Can't manage.
That is your record. That is the real record. So the poorest of the poor, that is what you all have done to them. You all have betrayed them. Madam President, Mr. Vice President, I cringed in astonishment when I heard our Prime Minister boast that his administration has placed our country's public debt on a sustainable path. Mr. Vice President,
What?
the 2023 Economic and Social Review gives a completely different account. A dismal story of extraordinarily high borrowings and poor debt management by this administration. I remember the days when I sat in the House of Parliament in the lower house and listened to the opposition call the Tuesday sittings as Madipwete. They accused the former administration of reckless borrowing and mismanagement of the country's finances. Mr. Vice President, today I am shocked to learn that this administration, this Labour Party administration, grew the public debt of this country by an additional $388.4 million by the end of December 2023. This, Mr. Vice President, represents an increase of 8.8%. 8.8% increase in the borrowing at the end of December 2023. This high level of borrowing by this administration has caused a corresponding increase in the debt to GDP ratio up to 72.9% at the end of December 2023 from 69.8% in December 2022. And you can look at the Economic and Social Review, page 64, central government debt. Mr. Vice President, our debt to GDP ratio has once again entered very uncomfortable territory under a St. Lucia Labour Party administration. Last year, Mr. Vice President, St. Lucia's debt repayment increased by a whooping 17.2%. 17.2% to a gigantic $341.3 million. $341.3 million. It's in the Economic and Social Review. Not me, not my figures, not my words. This means that the taxpayers of this country, Mr. Vice President, are obligated to repay $27,608,343.43 per month, or almost $1 million a day in debt repayment. That's what it means. Mr. Vice President, with our limited liquidity, this high debt servicing obligation places additional pressures on the government's already fragile cash flow. The result is less available financial resources to fix our roads, less available finances to provide our farmers with the assistance that they so desperately need to produce quality produce to consistently satisfy local demand and our export aspirations. Less available financial resources to fight crime, less financial resources to improve our education system, maintain our schools, and increase access to education. Fewer resources to develop and market our vital tourism industry. Less financial resources for the effective operation of our health facilities, Mr. Vice President. Hence the reason why there is always a shortage of basic medication and essential equipment in our hospitals and primary health facilities all over the country. In other words, less resources to invest in the social and economic development of our country.
It's true. It's true.
Mr. Vice President,
No, we're talking about
is this what the Prime Minister characterizes as placing our debt on a sustainable path? In 2023, this government has borrowed at a rate 4 times the rate of GDP growth. Wow. 4 times. Wow. 8.8% increase. Their growth is 2.2. 4 times. So far this year, in less than 4 months, this government has borrowed approximately $300 million. Is this sustainable? Is this sustainable? Madam President, this statement by the Prime Minister is another facade, cleverly constructed to mislead the people of St. Lucia. A proverbial 6 for a 9. As I stated earlier in my presentation, this budget is a maze of falsehoods, baseless assumptions, and manipulated statistics, tools of deception used to fabricate a facade of competence and care. Yes. That's what it is. Yes. Mr. Vice President, I want to discuss the heartless effects of this administration's policies. Mr. Vice President, the people and businesses of St. Lucia continue to flounder from the devastating effects of high inflation and spiraling cost of living. While the Prime Minister portends that his policies and interventions are shielding the population from the effects of high inflation, the reality on the ground is that the impact of this government's piecemeal policies to ameliorate the situation are wholly ineffective and utterly inadequate as remedies. Mr. Vice President, it is a widely accepted fact that high energy prices directly impact inflation rates and overall economic performance. High energy prices burden businesses and restrict their growth potential and profitability. Additionally, they can place a strain on households, affecting disposable income and consumer spending. Therefore, affordable energy prices provide a solid foundation, Mr. Vice President, for fostering a resilient and prosperous economy. Madam Vice President, with this in mind, I am dumbfounded as to why this administration has forced St. Lucians to pay such high prices for petroleum products. St. Lucians pay some of the highest prices for fuel, for gas, diesel, and cooking gas in the OECS, and that is as per the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank website. Mr. Vice President, in June 2022, the price of a gallon of Brent crude oil was approximately US $122. As a result, the government of St. Lucia adjusted the price of a gallon of gas to $17.95, the highest price ever in the history of this country. Highest. By December 2022, the average price of a barrel of Brent crude oil on the international market had plummeted by US $40 to US $80.92. Unconscionably, this uncaring government, Mr. Vice President, forced St. Lucians to pay $17.70 a gallon at the pump, a reduction of only 25 cents.
Wow, insignificant. Wow.
A reduction of 25 cents from $122 to $80.92, over $40 saved, you only remove 25 cents.
Wow.
Mr. Vice President,
They care.
this administration did not pass on the savings derived from the decrease in price to the consumer. People are already struggling under the burden of high prices and inflation. This, in my mind, Mr. Vice President, is extortion of the pockets of the people of St. Lucia. Extortion.
To the fullest.
If this government was serious about shielding the people from high prices and inflation, by now it would have set the price of gas below $14 a gallon. Why are St. Lucians, Mr. Vice President, still paying $16.50 for a gallon of gas? Why? The answer, Mr. Vice President, lies in the statistics found in the last paragraph of page 56, and the first paragraph of page 57 of the Social and Economic Review. And it reads, and I quote, "This strong performance..." This strong performance was occasioned by an almost doubling of excise tax receipts on petroleum products to $68.7 million, owing to higher excise tax rates and larger volumes coupled with lower subsidy on LPG cooking gas.
You have to read that part.
I'm going to read it again.
Yeah, read that part.
I'm going to read it again for people to understand. This strong performance was occasioned by an almost doubling of excise tax receipts on petroleum products to $68.7 million. Doubling excise tax on the backs of the people of St. Lucia, owing to higher excise tax rates and larger volumes coupled with lower subsidy on LPG cooking gas. So you have collected more in excise tax, but you have lowered the subsidy on cooking gas. The excise tax rates on gasoline and diesel per gallon, Mr. Vice President, rose from an average of $2.56, that's diesel, and that's gasoline, and $1.69 respectively in 2022-2023 to $3.64, that's gasoline, and $3.90 in 2023-2024 respectively. The 20 pound.
Have a drink, man. You deserve a drink of water. Have a drink. Have a drink. Have a drink. You deserve that.
The 20 pound subsidy, cooking gas that is, decreased from $19.24 per cylinder in 2022-23 to $16.16 in 2023-2024. So they have doubled the excise tax rates, the revenue, and they have reduced the subsidy to make it more expensive for consumers. Mr. Vice President, these statistics expose the inequitable and dissolute character of this administration. Madam President, Mr. Vice President, this uncaring government, they made approximately $34 million more from excise tax in 2023 than it made in 2022. Yet it did not use $1 towards reducing the price of gas, diesel, or cooking gas. Mr. Vice President, the government made an additional $1.08 more on a gallon of gas in 2023 than it made in 2022. Yet the government did not use these savings to reduce the price of gas. The government made $2.21 more on a gallon of diesel in 2023 than it made in 2022. Yet, this government did not use the savings to reduce the price of diesel. And to make it worse, this government reduced the subsidy on the 20 pound cylinder of gas by $3.08, causing the price of cooking gas to be unnecessarily high.
Senator Dennison, you have 10 minutes. You have 10 minutes.
10 minutes? Okay. Mr. Vice President, are these the actions of a government that is putting the people first? Is this the action of a fair and caring government? Are these policies geared toward shielding the population from the ravages of high inflation and rising prices? Are these the types of policies that will drive the economy, empower industries, and create jobs? Mr. Vice President, the answer to all of these questions is a resounding no. Is this government deliberately maintaining the gas prices high so that it could redistribute the additional monies collected to the cronies, the friends, the inner circle of the Labour Party at the expense of the poorest in this country? Is that what it is? Mr. Vice President, I believe this government is putting the majority of the people through financial hardship to fill the cups of a select few.
Yes.
I am convinced that this government is utilizing the budget as a weapon to protect the victory at the expense of the majority of the people. Mr. Vice President, if the Prime Minister and his administration were serious about cushioning the impact of inflation and the rising cost of goods and services, do you think he would have reduced the subsidy on bread to cause the bakers to ask for a hike in the price of bread? Do you think he would have kept the price of gas high to cause the minibus drivers to demand a hike in the bus fares? Mr. Vice President, this government has collected the most revenue in a year, more than any other government in the history of this country. Why did he not use some of the record tax revenue to offset these increases? Are these actions of a caring government?
No.
Are these the policies of a government that is shielding people from the high cost of living and inflation?
No.
Mr. Vice President, the answer is a resounding no. It is a betrayal of the trust that the people of St. Lucia, a betrayal of the trust that they placed in you in 2021. Because you had every means of reducing the price of fuel, every means of reducing the price of cooking gas. You should have never allowed bus fares to go up. You should have never allowed the price of bread to go up. But no, Mr. Greedy Joe, take it from the pockets of the people. Extort the pockets of the people of St. Lucia. At the expense of whom?
Protecting their victory.
Mr. Vice President, the great Kofi Annan, the 7th Secretary General of the United Nations, said, knowledge is power. Information is liberating. Education is the premise of progress in every society, in every family. The financial pressures of today have made it very difficult, Mr. Vice President, for many parents to afford access to education for the children. One of the many interventions devised by the UWP administration was the School Transportation Subsidy Program, Mr. Vice President. During the 1997 to 2006 Labour Party administration, this program was stopped. The UWP introduced the program in 2007 and again expanded the program during the last UWP administration. Mr. Vice President, the Prime Minister in his budget address declared, we therefore need an educational system that is accessible. That is on page 60, paragraph 2 of the Social and Economic Review. But sorry, Mr. Vice President, but page 60, paragraph 2 of the Social and Economic Review. That's what he said in his budget speech. But page 60 of the Economic and Social Review reveals that the government has decreased the school bus subsidy. They have reduced it.
Why?
This is the time when the government should have increased the subsidy, not decrease it. You have collected so much revenue. You have refused to pass on the savings of the fuel, the cooking gas to the people. You have increased bus fares. You have raised the price of bread on the people. And you are reducing the school transportation subsidy. Heartless, uncaring. Mr. Vice President, the reduction of the subsidy could have many deleterious repercussions.
That's right.
Some parents may no longer be able to afford to send their children to school, potentially resulting in increased delinquency. Many persons come to me all over the place. They want them to put their child on a bus to go to school. They cannot afford to pay a private bus. You know, I tell them, go to the principal. They cannot get any solution. Go to the ministry. Until the Economic and Social Review is revealing that this government they have cut the school transportation subsidy. That is the budget. That is the budget. The reduction in the program could increase the incidence of students loitering in trouble zones. And Mr. Vice President, this is heart-wrenching. To cut the school transportation subsidy, this is a betrayal of the young people of St. Lucia.
That's right. That's right.
It is a betrayal. And the Minister of Education, my good friend from Denver North, he needs to give the people of St. Lucia an answer. Let them know why the school transportation subsidy was cut. He needs to.
Mr. President, I think the member is misleading the House.
Sorry, yes. Senator Antoine?
He speaks on bus subsidies for students being cut. The reality is the school population has dropped. And it is not a case where we have, in the secondary school system, the subsidy has always been for the most vulnerable students, not for everybody. And it seems people are speaking here as if the program was always for everybody. It's for the most vulnerable students, okay? And parents apply for school subsidies. And I do not think that it is a case where the ministry has been rejecting parents. So I think the member is misleading the House.
Thank you. Please, Senator, please continue. Thank you.
Madam Senator, you've just admitted that the subsidy has been cut, you know. That's what you've done.
It has not been cut. It has not been cut. That's not what you call cut.
You've answered the question, but it is right there in the Economic and Social Review. Page 60, paragraph 2. It is right there. It is right there. Mr. Vice President, it would be remiss of me to not speak about the secret deal between the government of St. Lucia and Global Ports Holdings. The Prime Minister in his presentation, page 7, number 16, referred to the GPH arrangement as a landmark development. Mr. Vice President, I would like the Prime Minister to explain to the nation what benefit is it to St. Lucia to lease our major ports of Castries and Soufrière to a foreign company, the same foreigners they demonized for up to 40 years, in the process giving away projected revenue of approximately $700 million. In return...
Mr. President, Vice President, on a point of order, the member is misleading the House.
Just now, hold on. We had a whole how to do a point of order. You put on your light, let me acknowledge you, and then...
Oh, sorry.
Senator Jawahir.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. On a point of order, the member is misleading the House.
Please explain.
The member indicated that the agreement is for 40 years, and that is incorrect. The agreement is for 30 years with a possible extension of 10 years. So we need to be precise in stating in this honorable House what the fact is. And I wanted to educate the member opposite.
Thank you, Senator Stanislas. Well, with the new information, can you...
Mr. Vice President, it's the same thing. Everything is left to speculation by this government, you know. They talk of transparency, accountability, but you have to speculate. You hear in 40 years, you hear in 30 years. Now the honorable member is saying 30 years with 10 years to renew. Everything has been left to speculation. But the fact is, we are losing approximately $700 million in return for an investment of only $150 million. That is the fact. That is the fact. Mr. Vice President, this is a lopsided deal, totally in favor of GPH and their friends and associates.
That's correct.
Mr. Vice President, this government preaches transparency at every opportunity, yet it refuses to disclose information pertinent to this arrangement. Mr. Vice President, something is very fishy with this agreement. Very fishy. Where is the transparency? The people have a right to know. Ultimately, the people of St. Lucia are the losers in this deal, and foreigners, friends, and the inner circle of the Labour Party are the winners. That's what it is. much time? How much time, Mr. Vice President?
So you have 5 minutes.
Mr. Vice President, what is going on with our agriculture industry today?
Chaos.
The Prime Minister's address was virtually silent on this vital sector.
Yes.
I was at pains to find anything on the industry, including the state of bananas in the speech. Mr. Vice President, as I scrutinized the speech, I found this lonely sentence which stuck out like a sore thumb. It reads, Mr. Speaker, while the export of bananas to the United Kingdom no longer plays a major role in agriculture production, a vibrant and viable market exists in the region. Exports to the region. Mr. Vice President, this Prime Minister is the master of understatements. The reason why the government is so quiet about agriculture is because they know that the future, that the farmers of St. Lucia are suffering. They have nothing to smile about. This Minister of Agriculture and this government has failed the farmers.
Miserably.
The only way I can describe the state of agriculture in this country is to say it all fall down. Goodbye, finish. Mr. Vice President, if one is brave enough to read pages 32 and 33 of the Social and Economic Review, one will learn of the carnage that has taken place in that vital industry, the carnage that has taken place in this vital industry. Mr. Vice President, I will make this horror story short. Based on preliminary estimates, the sector's real value declined by 17%. By 17%. Banana production fell by 45.5%, historic low. Wow. Banana exports fell by 55.4%. Wow. Banana exports to the UK market fell to its lowest level ever. Non-banana crops fell by 15.2%.
All sectors.
Non-banana crops sold to supermarkets fell by 17.3%. Mr. Vice President, livestock, eggs, vegetables, fruits, everything has either dropped, fallen down, or declined. Mr. Vice President, I think you will agree with me when I say the agriculture industry and bananas have taken a high fall under the stewardship of this government. It is evident that the minister responsible for that sector needs to be reassigned as a matter of urgency. Mr. Vice President, I heard some talk from the Minister of Agriculture about bringing new bloodline of livestock to St. Lucia, but I want to inform him that the only two beings that can save the farmers now are divine intervention and the return of the United Workers' Party administration to govern this country. That is what can save the farmers of St. Lucia.
They know it.
In closing, Mr. Vice President, I know my time is almost up. These are the dire times in St. Lucia today. These are dire times in St. Lucia today. St. Lucians have to endure a government which continuously peddles lies and half-truths. Violent crime is on a rampage without abatement despite the recent creation of a new Ministry of Crime Prevention and the appointment of a new minister. To make matters worse, the Prime Minister, the Minister for National Security and Home Affairs, has thrown the towel in the ring and finally admitted that he is at his wit's end. Mr. Vice President, if he is not fit to do the job, then he should step aside and allow one who is better qualified, one who has proven his competence in governing this country, to take over. If the kitchen is too hot, he should get out of the kitchen. The people of this country are struggling. They are experiencing financial hardship. But this greedy Joe government is not concerned. It does not care about the welfare of the people, Mr. Vice President. This year's budget giveaways are like the colorful trinkets that Christopher Columbus and his pirates gave to the Amerindians when they first visited and later plundered these beautiful, lush green isles of the Caribbean Sea. Madam President, Mr. Vice President, sorry, this country is in a mess. Most St. Lucians know that. The government has failed the people of this country. They fooled them in opposition with their lies and propaganda, and now in governance. I'm wrapping up, yes. Yeah.
You have 1 minute. 1 minute.
Yeah, I'll wrap up 1 minute. So, Vice President, on that note of propaganda, it delighted me to hear a very learned member of this SLP administration in his contribution to this budget in the lower house acknowledge, and I quote, that sometimes in politics, some governments are way ahead of their time, and sometimes they do things at a certain point in time and are rejected, and somehow later, in the movement of history, the value is understood. End of quote. And as I listened to these statements, I could not help but be reminiscent that whilst the government of the day indicates that this is the year of infrastructure, it is the same group of individuals in opposition who opposed the development of the country during the past 5 years.
Time. That's your time. That's your time.
What time?
Yes, your time is up.
Mr. Vice President, respectfully, it is for the many reasons which I have outlined in good conscience that I cannot and will not support this motion as presented by the leader of government business. I thank you.
No conscience.
Lunch? Yeah. Is it really? Lunch?
Lunch, yeah. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Deputy President, I move that the Senate be suspended until 3:20 p.m.
Honorable members, the question is that the Senate be suspended until 3:20. As many as have opinion, say aye. Aye. As many have contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Sitting suspended until 3:20.
Nous venons au bout, c'est pas au bout, nous anti-pause, c'est le premier pas, et bien, morceau ça c'est session Sénat là pour les matins qui finit à Talia, mais il peut continuer puisqu'il y a un anti-pause pour aller à déjeuner et qu'apparaître avec un désir dîner. Mais durant temps là, ça nous a dit vitement, c'est qu'il commençait bon matin avec le président, ça c'est Madame Président Alvina Reynolds qui a annoncé résignation. Et bien, ça c'est sénateur Nourani Aziz qui y en a un sénateur qui est indépendant avec à la cause des maladies qui d'accord qui passe à continuer comme sénateur avec une vraie résignation avec Madame Président annoncé ça. Nous aussi ça c'est chef face à l'opposition, ça c'est gouvernement, ça c'est honorable sénateur Dubian Ferdinand qui baille enfin toute raison enfin expliquer tout ça nous a dit bill là pour le gouvernement. Il va présenter ici, même quand le Premier ministre a fait quand il concite la semaine passée avec à présent, il a discuté exactement ça qui passe. Nous c'est mon qui répond après une présentation par le sénateur Gubian Ferdinand. Le premier monde qui parlait, c'était le sénateur Ferropolis face à l'opposition et qui parlait à chaque assaut ces différents projets gouvernement qui mettait dehors et qui disait un projet qui pour bailler mon travail face à le gouvernement, bailler contrat avec bagaille comme ça, avec il dit pas qu'à supporter ça. Puis soudainement il aussi parlé à ce en pile à ces affaires agriculture avec aussi à ce la figue avec ces barrières là avec il dit tout ça gouvernement présenté là ça va pas aider ces femmes à adapter cette manière. Après c'était sénateur Deli qui parlait qui est indépendant. Virgil Gaide nous disait plus adaptation à ce sénateur Deli et aussi nous tenons sénateur Kedjana Chalry tous ceux qui parlaient bien fort exporter face à gouvernement qu'a dit comme présentation par gouvernement c'est un bon budget avec en toutes différentes façons qui gouvernement mais c'est pour et puis ça après nous après c'était dernier monde qui parlait c'est le sénateur Harold Stanislas à ce face à l'opposition qui dit encore quand il dit il blast gouvernement il blast le gouvernement à sous ça il gouvernement présenté avec dit comme que différentes raisons il a dit qu'il pas supporter budget Virgin?
Yes, he actually described the budget as a make-believe budget. He said the policies that were outlined in the budget were actually heartless. These were heartless policies. He said that the agricultural sector has failed, the fishing sector has failed, and overall, Mr. Honorable Stanislas said that the budget failed to address the critical needs in the country, and it was keeping with his colleague, Ms. Polius, who also went down into the agriculture. Her contribution focused on agriculture mainly, and she was saying that the agricultural sector is going down. She said the bananas were now being fed to pigs, that we had no market for our bananas, etc. And so she really gave a scathing rebuke, just as her colleague, on the provisions of the budget as outlined by Prime Minister Pierre. I just need to focus on now the Senator Lee, who made a contribution. He said that the budget was a sprawling budget, in his words. He commended the government on the fact that this was the third consecutive year of economic growth. He said it was heartening to see a lot of the provisions in the budget. Just let me take exactly his contribution, and as well as commending the government on several of the provisions. He had some recommendations, particularly one area that even throughout the year that he keeps talking about, he spoke about the taxes. He's still called for sort of like a revamping of the tax regime. He feels that the tax break that is given to so many different groups, what it does in effect is to put pressure on a particular put pressure on a particular group, and he's calling for some kind of review. He said he had some concerns with the CIP. He said he asked the government to continue its robust, diligent review in granting things. His concerns basically was saying that there were reduced earnings from CIP, and that the government needed to maximize revenue. Although he did acknowledge that the reduction in the investment portfolio wasn't the doing of the government, it was something that was inherited. But he did ask the government to continue its diligent thing. He spoke on housing and the need to, particularly in the city, because he said he would wish to see the city revived. He invoked the Prime Minister's sentiments that really the city is dying. And one of his suggestions was that to include perhaps high-rising structures in the city for housing, and that would increase, the economic traffic around the city. And he also called for the William Peter Boulevard yet again to be pedestrianized so that it could bring some kind of life in the city. So as Michael said, we have just come to the adjournment, and we will resume here at what time, Michael?
At 2, at least 2 o'clock.
Okay, that was the thing. So join us again when we continue. I think we have a few other senators who will give their contribution as we continue the live Senate hearings on the debate of the Appropriations Bill 2024-2025. I'm Fuji Leonti. Join us back here again at 2:30. At 2 o'clock, at 2 p.m.
3, sorry.
At 3 o'clock.